All right, we are live and we're back.
Hopefully. I don't know what happened there.
Jeez, yeah.
I have no idea what the hell happened there. We're blaming Steve.
All right, Phil, can you take care of the invites?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. I got you. All right.
So yeah, Tevin Jenkins was the guy. We're at number 40.
Oh my God, Tevin.
Atlanta took Richie Grant, safety from UCF. I have no idea what happened. We lost everything. It ended broadcast.
Everything just said broadcast ended.
Yeah.
I think I'm so excited. You have no idea. Cherie's back. Who else do we need? Greg Braggs, right?
Yes.
Right. You got Greg? I'm going to send this to Rashid.
All right.
I think Steven Johnson broke it. That's the reality of the truth, seriously.
All right.
So he did it by an accident. It's not his fault. I'm just saying.
What did we give up?
I don't have it right yet, but yeah. So sorry, guys. I mean, that's just one of those weird
technical
things.
Difficult. It was crazy.
Yeah.
This is the greatest picks that I've been a part of in my life, Shane.
Yeah.
I know everybody. We're trying to just get everybody back on the show. So I got to copy this.
Yeah.
I could copy this. Need the link, Sean Sierra. I'm getting it to you, brother. Whoop. What did I do?
I got Greg here. Hold on.
All right. I'm going to send this to Kenneth and Sean. Oh, that was the craziest shit. Yeah. I've never been that excited in my life in regards to a draft. I'm so excited about this fucking pick. You have no idea. The reality of this is unbelievable. And I'm going to release Shane tonight. I did it for the patrons. We're going to put it back. We're going to put it on our YouTube channel. I broke down.
So real quick, Phil,
Tevin
just
Jenkins.
Before you get into it,
yeah.
Claude was asking the full details of the deal.
Yes.
The Panthers are sending number 39 and number 151 for Chicago's number 52, number 83, and number 204. So that's
no third.
Yep.
No third.
So no third round pick.
But listen.
This is a first round offensive tackle that can play left tackle.
He goes at when you bring tackle. Greg Braggs on shows. He nukes it. No, but listen, you just doubled down on Justin Fields by giving him a protector. And Sean, as a guy that's been around this game your entire life, speak on when you get an offensive lineman that plays with that nasty. I mean, we saw, Sam Mustipher has some improving to do, but you saw Sam Mustipher come in and set a tone sometimes in some of these games with that attitude. Tevin Jenkins, oh man. Speak on that a little bit.
When you as a skill player, as a quarterback, as a running back, when you get a guy, and I've had a few of those guys who are just nasty some bitches. And I had one guy, I shit you not, I'd come to the line and he would look at the D tackle across from him. He's like, "You're my bitch all fucking day." I shit you not. And luckily I had a mouthpiece, and otherwise I was gonna freaking die laughing. And you get that type of attitude, I didn't even want to pass the ball. It set the tone. It said, this is the type of thing where you all of a sudden you get an identity, okay, yeah. And you get an identity of being a nasty group. And when you have one guy, it permeates through the whole group, through the whole offensive line room, and they realize that you're not that the leader who's going to be Jenkins, okay, is not going to put up with you being soft. Okay, and he's gonna demand that you bury people every chance you get. The run game is going to be much improved. Okay, and with a much improved run game, as long as Nagy runs the God bless the ball,
right?
With a much improved run game, okay, it's going to help. It's going to have Andy Dalton looking really, 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 really good. And because we'll talk about what I feel. Justin Fields, his playing time, okay, but Andy Dalton's QB1, and he's going to look so much better using David Montgomery because David Montgomery is a freaking
David
stud.
Montgomery is an elite runner, and I'm telling you guys, to Sean's point, I'm sitting over here, Dan. I cannot believe this. This is
unlike.
Here's an important note
that football player.
Well, and I think an important note going into this season that gives me a little confidence that Nagy might get this fixed is the biggest problem we've had the last couple of years, and Phil, you've talked about it a lot, showing me different deficiencies on the offensive line. But the biggest issue to me over the last 2 years, and we've talked about this extensively, is he took 10 weeks in both seasons to identify who his offensive line should be. The first year, he treaded along Kyle Long too long, and he had James Daniels and Cody Whitehair switched from center to guard, and then he switched them back. But like I said, 10 weeks too late. Last year, he did the same thing, playing Rashad Coward too long, not identifying guys like Sam Mustipher and Alex Bars soon enough, who made an impact when they came in. He now has a head start to that this year, and he also gets an offseason, a full offseason with training camp and preseason, and now he's got an opportunity to plug in who he knows he can play with and now add this guy to the fold, and he has less decisions he has to make, and they've been the wrong decisions. Now he can just plug and play.
Kenneth,
you're talking about Glenn Morgan. I don't think he has a social media. He works for NBC Sports Chicago, and he does mock drafts. That's who did the Ryan Pace voice. Real quick, I'll say this. Remember just the ignition of Daniels last year and the running game and running behind him? Yeah. Now that he switched over to right, imagine that with Tevin Jenkins. Yeah. It's going to be listen, I wouldn't want to be a defender on that side of the ball, trying to step up and be a linebacker in that type of situation. I don't know if it's just because it's Christmas and I'm drinking this Kool-Aid, but this shit tastes good today.
We're all lost on the sauce for sure.
I mean, dude, and listen, Braggs brought it up. This was a guy, I think anytime we've talked, that we've all kind of been like, you know what, if they end up with Tevin for the last 3 months, I've been like, if they get Tevin Jenkins at 20, I'm cool. All right.
Eichenberg just went off the board to Miami.
I said the same thing, Kenneth.
Yeah.
Okay. They're protecting Tua. Okay.
Listen to this, Kenneth's point. I said we have to come away with Tevin Jenkins. I've said that all night. I said it. I'm getting emotional because I know where the weaknesses have been. And I said to Shane, I can fucking fix this team and they will fucking win. If you put a fucking animal on the line, Sean, that says, I'm coming to work every fucking day and I'm going to do what Jimbo Covert did, it's going to be a war for 60 minutes. That's what we got here. This isn't fucking Charles Leno getting paid. Okay, that's it. Now I'm not working. This kid plays with an attitude. He has great feet. I have a 12-minute breakdown of him, showing him all 22 angles. It's fucking beautiful. As an offensive offensive line coach's son, I'm telling you, as I've grown up and I've coached this position, this kid can play left tackle. You put him right there and you set that competition. You light a fire under Leno's ass. And if Leno steps up, then great. Great for the Bears, right? Great for the fucking Bears, because then he could just go and play right tackle or wherever. But the reality is you put people in uncomfortable situations, Matt Nagy. That's what a head coach does. You challenge players. You tough love them. You love them. You let them know. But at the same time, it's a business. It is about getting better. And you just, in my opinion, Shane, how long have I said? I love this fucking guy.
Oh yeah, and it's Phil. He's a tone setter on the offensive line, and the Bears haven't had any of that. I mean,
nobody.
I'm bringing up Sam Mustipher again. Needs a ton of work, but we were relying on an undrafted rookie to bring that to this offense.
Exactly.
If I would have had all of you guys on this panel last week, and I would have told you that our first two picks were going to come away with Justin Fields and Tevin Jenkins.
Oh my god!
To a man, everybody would have told me that I was crazy.
Stop smoking that shit.
Yeah.
Like, you on that K2, Shane?
Yeah.
That K2?
Oh, and
K2.
and by the way, Aaron Rodgers is gonna leave and retire for Jeopardy too.
He'll be on Jeopardy.
Right.
Yes. Thank
This
God.
is bizarre. We are officially in Bizarro world, no question about it.
Dude, you
God.
couldn't put it because you know what? With Sam Mustipher there, and you brought up a good point, Shane. He's an undrafted free agent. And you know what? And it works. It worked when you got a guy like that. But then you bring in a second round pick like this, and you say, hey, listen, and you add, and now you have two guys who are thinking along the same lines of being nasty. It's two guys who want to fucking drive you into the ground, and they want to win by attrition every single game.
Yeah.
This offensive line could, because truth be told, the running game is the two guards and the tackle. That's your running game. Okay, the tackles are, two guards in the center. Two guards in the center is your running game. You can deal with tackles that suck with guys out there because you're usually on an island. But when you get two tackles who have this type of mentality, now you're talking outside stress. Now you're talking outside zone. Now you're talking lead. You're talking off tackle. Now you can run anywhere. And you're going to get people who want to drive people to the ground and literally drive them through the ground, drive them to the fucking sideline. I've had offensive linemen who have run one hash, and it's been hilarious. I've seen motherfuckers getting driven off to the sideline, and as soon as they're at the sideline, they shove them down. That's the type of mentality that fires me up. It fires up a offensive line when I see a running back breaking tackles and running through people. It fires running backs up when you see a guy literally bury a defensive tackle, an outside linebacker, defensive end, a linebacker, and just bury his ass in the ground, talk shit, okay, and get back and do it again. That excites us because we're running behind him all game because he got that shit on lock. So this is an attitude adjustment for this Bears offense. This is an attitude adjustment because everything starts from the inside out, and that offensive line is gonna be some nasty son of bitches, and when you have some nasty son of bitches on that offensive line, everything else falls into place.
You have to give the front office and the coaching staff
My guy.
a little bit of credit here because there was a time where we didn't think that they were going to make the correct move, but let's not forget free agency they did make a play for the San Francisco offensive tackle
Trent Williams.
Yeah, Trent Williams. So
and that is my comp to this kid. So you see, and Sean, what did I say this afternoon? My dream, get Tevin Jenkins.
Yep.
This is the reality, man.
Look at it. Ken said get Justin Fields 2 weeks ago. You said get Kevin Jenkins. Who's the next Nostradamus we got on this panel?
What you got on these lotto numbers? Look, still sharpen steel.
Yeah.
That defensive line hasn't been getting challenged. All right. Now you sit there. You listen. You know what you need with a defense like this that has a nice front seven. You need a nasty ass offensive lineman to start some shit in practice. Yes. That's what you need. All right. Yes. You need them to know it's on going the opposite way, and that you're not going to maul us or do whatever the hell you need. This right here. I hate to say it, and I've been thinking this the last few days. We had to spend, and listen, I'm throwing bouquets out right now. I'm giving out flowers. So back me back down, y'all. Back me back down.
No.
We had to spend the last 6 years with Ryan Pace and 3 years or 4 years with Matt Nagy with these cats learning on the job, and they finally learned something about what the fuck they was doing. And finally, we've been rewarded with this is George master plan, I guess, right? This is what it's coming together.
Excellent.
This is going to make you guys happy right here. This is a quote from Tevin Jenkins on his pro day. Yeah. They asked him what kind of player he is, and this is what he said. I'm a tough, physical, nasty motherfucker. A dude who does not shy away from hits. A dude who actually wants to get physical, and a dude who wants to bust his ass every day. I don't even know if I'm allowed to cuss on here, so I'm sorry, but that's who I am.
So he's like Richie Incognito, but without the rap sheet. That sounds great.
Anti-Leno. I just got a text from a soon-to-be Hall of Fame center, in my opinion. And I said to him, we just got a real one. Seems like they finally got it. There.
You text Olin Cruz like that?
That's my dude, man.
Okay.
He's coming on. He's coming on the show.
So Fred Miller ain't coming to Hallis all.
Going back to Fred Miller.
I was saying on that Davis show to Ryan, I use Olin Cruz as a comp, and not to say that we were going to get a center, but I said they need someone like Olin.
This is like Olin. This
That's
is
what
like
you need.
Olin.
Olin should be the president of this franchise, quite honestly. I'm
We're
dead
pushing.
serious.
I've already pushed. I said, this is my guy, Olin Cruz, president of football for the Chicago Bears. Everything changes. You're talking about a fucking focus of football.
Everybody walks around with a mouthpiece.
Exactly. People are held accountable. I mean, he's grown to the extent he could live off that reputation. But the reality is he's a fucking bright student of the game and understands the ancestral part of it, that football historically never changes. It just keeps going around. He has an appreciation of the history of the game, and he has appreciation for coaches, and he has appreciation for people that are brilliant minds. You surround yourself with those types and you do things. You need that kind of guy that identifies and is a leader of men, and not somebody who's a piss boy who can't make these big decisions. Tonight, though, they've made great decisions.
Yeah,
because this right here, this is the guy. This
Phil,
is the guy I wanted.
you
Everybody on this network knows it. All those 100 crew. I've been touting Tevin Jenkins, and I can't believe it, Kenneth. I hope I didn't blow your eardrum. I went off the fucking rail there.
If you don't love the raw emotion that unfolds on this network, I mean, you guys should have seen when Adam Rank came on with us literally seconds after Justin Fields was announced, and the first words out of Adam Rank's mouth when he came on our network last night was, "Fuck you, Green Bay." I don't care. He just went all in. It was, but that's, guys, we deserve that. We deserve it. It's been so long. My son is sitting right over here with me. He sat right side by side with me last night, and I was so damn proud to share that moment with him because I wasn't a Mitch guy when he came out, but I'm like, man, I brainwashed this kid to be a Bears fan. I would never gave him a shot to root for another team because I'm not built that way. But I'm like, you know what? You should be proud. You're 10 years old. That guy up there is going to make you proud every Sunday. There's going to be bumps on the road, but we got a dog at quarterback, and my son, it's a player that my son is going to get excited about each and every week. And man,
speaking of excited, Shane.
Yeah.
Let's get excited.
Uh-oh.
We're going to bring both Davises. It's going to be like, all we need is Wendell Davis. We'd be perfect. Right? Here he is, the man who made the call.
Yes.
Rashid Davis, what's up, my man?
What's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah, we got you.
Man. We can hear you.
We love that pick, okay. Rashid.
We love the pick, Rashid.
I love
we got an Olin Cruz tackle, a guy that's going to punch somebody in the mouth and take names after games. He might go into the other locker room looking for some. This is the kind of guy we got here.
I don't know if he's that yet. That's big shoes to fill, saying he's Olin Cruz, but I'm hoping that he is, you know.
Yeah, I'm just saying he has that temperament that your teammate had, that is not afraid and is going to play to the whistle, the echo of the whistle.
Echo of the whistle. Oh yes.
So what was it like, Rashid, going out there?
Man. I'm having trouble hearing you guys. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
We can hear
me
you.
Clear? Is it breaking up?
Yeah.
It's perfectly clear.
Oh, on my end, it's breaking up a little bit. I don't know why.
Okay.
I know I've been having trouble trying to get some kind of signal in this tent. We're in here.
They got you in a tent.
Yeah, we're in a big tent out here.
So let me ask you this.
See all of this stuff behind me?
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, nice.
Oh, we lost.
he
him.
dropped. Yeah,
He
he's
dropped
in. He was somewhere.
So Phil,
Rasheed-
right now, Tevin
Yeah.
Tevin Jenkins
It was a
is
nice tent.
Tevin Jenkins is addressing the media right now.
Is he?
Was.
Yeah,
You go ahead and share it up there.
yeah.
Let me just say this, and then we go back to Tevin Jenkins. Well, hopefully Rasheed comes back. When you have an alpha on the offensive line that is going to the echo of the whistle, everybody else follows suit. Now, what happened when we had Ryan Nall on with us, and he was talking about Sam Mustipher and Alex Bars? He specifically said they were going all out of their way to the whistle. And without calling out others, you could see culturally on tape that these guys have an issue in regards to playing with that kind of pride. Me, Sean, Sierra, and my father are watching Charles Leno and company on tape, and we're seeing effort that is in question. Now, this kid is
my brother and my girlfriend, her family, and her brother, and then did that. And then came home. We had like 3 hours to kill. Just got on MLB The Show on the MLB 21 The Show. Got that on the Xbox now. And
Xbox, Team Xbox. Love them even more.
Started, and I just got entertained that way.
You lost me with that one.
I can't remember the last second part of your question.
So how do you describe the edge that you play with? A lot of evaluators talk about that nastiness.
Oh yeah.
I love
my
that.
edge to me is about being able to finish anybody in the dirt. I don't care who you are lining against me.
Yes.
I'm going to attack you. I'm going to be able to like jump my. I'm going to impose my will against another
Thank
man.
you.
There it is, Kenneth.
So he gets worn out and tired, and I don't care how long it takes. I'm gonna do
In other words, I'm going to beat your ass by attrition. You are going to quit. You are going to quit.
Aaron Rodgers is going to be the host of Jeopardy by tomorrow.
You mentioned it briefly before in terms of possibly going in the first round, but a lot of players use that as a chip and motivation. Some just forget about it. Are you going to use that as motivation moving forward to show that you deserve to be a first round pick?
I definitely am. I feel like I'm a first round talent, and regardless of where I went, I'm not mad about it. I'm not gonna lose any sleep about it. I've been coming in today with I came in yesterday with no expectations. Coming today, knowing that I'm gonna be picked within this day, and then I came in through with the mindset of I went to sleep last night with the mindset of all right, everybody passed with me, 32 picks. I'm gonna have to be able to make sure everybody bruised that day that they didn't want to pick me in the first day. So I'm going into every weight room, every weight, doing everything, just 200%. I don't even care if my body's aching, sore, anything. I'm going to be pushing myself to the max because I want to be able to show everybody I was that day one talent.
Jason Leisure, Chicago Sun-Times.
Tevin, what do you think of coming in with Justin Fields and you guys getting a chance to start something together?
Yeah, being able to actually look at his film, I think he's a really great player, great competitor. And I think me and him both are going to be great things for the city and great things for his team.
I just love this dude, man. Oh, my God. I
Adam
can't
Hogue,
believe
NBC Sports Chicago.
Need to get him on the show.
I would love to have
Tevin,
this kid
I
on
have
the
a
show.
quick question and then a follow-up. First one is, do you have a favorite block from your lunch tape that you always go back to as your best?
He's going to bring the one up on the sideline.
I'm about to say it doesn't get brought up much, but it was I believe 2018 Oregon State. We called it a wide receiver screen. It's called I don't know if I'm going to say it. I ain't going to call the call in here just in case they still use it. But yeah, it's called wide receiver screen. I come down a few steps, go out, I go up. Linebackers flying out of there. So I said, you know what? I don't care about him. I'm gonna go up to the safety, and I wasn't even coached to do that. I just had I guess you could say awareness during the time to just go up and just climb up to the next level. And so happened to be Tom Wallace broke the tackle, and he broke the tackle, and then he read my block. I was over here 20 yards down the field, made that sprung block. He ended up scoring a touchdown, and it was a really big play for us.
Awesome. And the second question is, I know it's been written about a little bit, but I'd rather hear it straight from you. What went into your decision to opt out of last season.
Sante Samuel Jr. just went to the Chargers.
Was that related to why you didn't go to the Senior Bowl as well?
No, I just basically wanted to get healthy and make it as a business decision for me to be 100% healthy when coming to the NFL for sure and doing this.
Both these players
and
talk
it did not
as football players. So to Shane's point, that Ryan Pace kind of veered from where he was with Leonard Floyd, those type, Kevin White, those potential. These are no projects.
It started
this is a kid that lived in the projects, got picked on because he had freckles and red hair.
It started in
fucking taking it out on everybody that lines up against him.
You gotta love anger issues. You gotta love anger issues, baby.
He's more angry. I'm telling you right now. After this interview,
Chicago Sun-Times,
we're gonna watch a little of my breakdown of
Kevin.
Tevin
I imagine everybody in your position thinks they can play or knows they can play in the NFL. But what's kind of the scouting report on yourself? At what point did you know? What tells you that you can play? Was it that wide receiver screen, or was there something? Have you watched the NFL? Is there a certain game? Is there any? What tells you that you can make an immediate impact in the NFL?
Without a doubt, it's that Texas game this past year for me. And I'm about to say that's the standard I want to live by. That's the standard I want to go by, and that's the standard I want to be on from this point on. And that's how I want to carry myself for the rest of my whole career in the NFL. And that's how exactly I want to carry myself.
Thank you.
Kevin Fishbane, The Athletic.
Hey, Tevin, I'm wondering if you had a chance to meet with Coach Castillo or any of the Bears in
of course
the
he did.
process. And what your
Dan
process was.
Pompey is on
Yes, I did.
Twitter
Yeah,
poo-pooing
I met with the
pick.
coach. And
well,
then,
Pompey needs to come into
really
the
had a
film
great,
room with me.
Relationship with him.
I love Dan,
went back
but
and forth a few times. Met with the scouting department and I met with the head coach a little bit. And I feel like our relationship has grown like a lot. And I feel like he has a lot of trust in me. And I want to make sure that I definitely prove him right in that sense.
Zach Pearson,
look
Bear
at
Report.
his picture. Here's Zach, our buddy from last night.
Hey, Tevin,
Let's go, Zach.
where does that nastiness in your game kind of come from? Is it a certain player you model it after? And then are you excited to go up against, Khalil Mack and Robert Quinn in practice?
Yeah, honestly, when I think about dude I'm on my game after, I definitely think about Taylor Lewan, and his nastiness, his athleticism, and his basically his consistency play after play to do what he does and how great he is. And to answer your other question, it's like the old saying is, iron sharpens iron.
Did Kenneth not say that before?
He did. Of it, he's
Kenneth
great players. They're only going to do is make me great because I'm going to be
Come on, Kenneth.
Their day in day out, and keep on working with them every day until I can be the best I can be and make our team even greater.
Thank you.
Cheryl Ray Stout.
I fucking love this kid. Love this pick.
Hi. I'm kind of curious, during the time period before you got drafted, do you spend time researching the possible teams that you could be taken and kind of dig into how you could
32. Come on, Cheryl.
I definitely do.
Come on, Cheryl.
Because my family, they like to send me the mock drafts. Like I don't really like to pay attention to all that stuff. But then when they send it to me, like fit the scheme and how I fit in the place and area of the city that's going to be in.
He's stumbling because he's trying to bullshit through this question.
Yeah, it's a terrible question.
What specifically did you find interesting for you with the Bears?
Oh, they're just smash mouth like type of people. They're very aggressive. They're very. I'm about to say I have a lot of words that are not like appropriate for.
You can say them on Keep It 100.
Come on the show.
You can say it on Keep It 100, bro.
Let's just leave it at how aggressive they are. That's how it can be.
Thank you.
A couple more. Pat Finley, Chicago Sun-Times.
That's good situational awareness right there. Not
he's blushing.
With Justin Fields, can you see the two of you build the team and just in general as an offensive lineman? What
Thank
sort
you.
of pride do you take in making
Thank
sure
you,
that
God.
keeps his jersey clean?
Thank you, football
I
God.
definitely see me and Justin Fields.
Seriously.
I haven't reached out to him yet because I've been as soon as I got called, I came upstairs to get on this call. I haven't reached out to him. He hasn't reached out to me yet. But I definitely feel like both of us can grow old on this team. Like I have a very strong feeling about this team, and I definitely want to be here for a long while. But growing on that, I'm about to say, what's your other part of that question? Sorry, I didn't.
What pride do you take in keeping your quarterback clean?
Oh, that's the number one important thing to me. I'm about to say I don't even care about like anything else to me. Like the number one thing to me, I've ever grew up my whole life, been offensive lineman my whole life, defensive end, offensive lineman, didn't care about anything else. Number one thing I've always learned is you keep your quarterback clean and you always keep him upright, no matter what you have to do, be dirty, throw, hold, whatever what you got to do. If anybody hits my quarterback after the play, that's my problem. And not his.
Get this freaking. You put him at left tackle opening day, and you're done.
You hear him say that, and last night
God.
Charles Leno tweeted to Justin Fields, "I see you have a Chipotle endorsement. You got to feed me."
Those scouting reports kind of suggest that
Thanks,
you're
Charles.
on the right side.
It's the most embarrassing thing I've ever fucking seen. Meanwhile, you got this kid in here.
Anywhere. I'm about to say this whole past offseason, going before that, through high school, through middle school, I was only a right tackle. And coming into college, they switched me around a lot. They came to left guard, left tackle, right tackle. And this whole past offseason, getting ready for draft, I was like, look, it's so easy for me to get my right-handed stance. I'm going to go left the whole time. And that's one thing I've been working on this whole past season.
My father will tell you it's not that hard. They make it hard because
it's called muscle memory. It's called muscle memory.
This kid,
just in case anything
trust me. You're about to see it once this interview's over.
And just kept on
breaking it down like nobody else. Nobody.
I'm also let me also introduce that I've been also snapping. So just in case anything happens, I can also snap the ball at center.
I can do whatever the hell you need me to do. I ain't coming up the goddamn field.
Ted Phillips is like, fuck, this is a one-man crew. We're saving tons of money here.
He can also play fullback.
JP Holtz has just been waived.
I'm working on my pass catching as well, just for tackle eligibles.
Plays too.
Got 100 crew. That is his on Twitter. Get him on the show on 100 proof with us guys.
Swarm him
with
with messages.
Yeah, give him some love. Let's get him on the show because this guy.
Whatever me and my brother were doing, he was there. He didn't care how tired he was.
This kid doesn't hesitate in an answer.
That big supportive
because he's a football player.
Very supportive father. And I definitely started. The only thing I think about is all the sacrifices he made all through his life. Because, he was there to make me happy, and he was there to make my brother happy, and I was definitely glad he could be here in this moment.
Wow.
Hey, thanks, Tevin, for taking the time and talking to us, and congrats again.
Thank you. I really appreciate you guys.
Oh, we appreciate you, big guy.
Oh my God, I don't think I've been
Tev 785.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah, come on, man. Who the fuck did this?
Who did that? I just shared it for the 100 crew.
Bullets is sending you to an OnlyFans account.
Yeah. Bullets is the guy that drafted Quiddy K number 4 overall. Tells you all you need to know.
Let's get his real Twitter handle.
So there's a little update.
Here we go. A little bit of Tevin Jenkins. We're going to upload this on our YouTube channel later tonight. What's up, guys? This is your boy Draft Dr. Phil. With the technical difficulties of X's with the O's, I wanted to sit here and break down Tevin Jenkins for you. I got to tell you, there you go. This guy, spoiler alert, is probably my favorite offensive tackle behind Panay and Slater. So at 20, if this guy's there, and this is an upgrade. Look at the feet and the body and the strength at the point of attack that you're getting here from this young man from Oklahoma State. This guy has a lot of power at the point of attack. Here on a 3-step drop, obviously he gets the chip to help him, but you could see the footwork. Now, this is a big man at 6'6", and 3/4, 327 pounds. I got to be honest, he looks like 335 pounds. And really, we're talking about control, power at the point of attack.
Watch
Here,
this. Look at
we
this.
started this on the show with my dad. And
Watch
this is
him
a big
move,
man,
Sean.
and look at him.
Quick.
Watch his
Release
quickness,
underneath
Sean.
and then
all the way
hustle.
to the corner.
He gets a
The
piece
safety.
of the defensive back there. I mean, when I saw this, I got out of my seat because this is the kind of effort and athleticism that you don't expect from this kind of big man. And listen, the Chicago Bears tried to get Trent Williams out of San Francisco. This guy on tape looks like Trent Williams. Look at him throw the guy. Little extra.
Oh my God, I love the extra sauce. I love
this guy. Look at his power pushing through. I don't want to hear anybody telling this guy can play.
Greg's
left
a
tackle.
big
Look at his
extra
feet.
sauce on his taco.
Slide,
Cheesy gordita
push through,
crunch.
and dominate. He's a
Fire.
mean SOB.
Yeah.
And he's gonna work hard for the money. I could already see it. Look at his effort through.
And driving
now
it
he
around.
has that
Finish,
nasty
finish,
in him.
finish,
Don't-
finish. Get the
Yeah,
hell
doesn't
out of
take
here.
A play off.
Leave my quarterback
Really
alone.
love
Two more.
the
Two
way
more,
this guy
Shane.
plays.
That's it. We want
There
to
he is,
save it for the
right
champ.
side. Look at him come inside and
Look
use
at
that
this.
cutoff block.
Watch him cut off and turn
He's
his
gonna
ass.
Seal
Put his ass to
inside,
seal, yes.
square
Look at
his
him.
ass, turn
Woo.
his butt cheek, and give the running back that
Rondell
lane
Moore to
inside.
Arizona.
This is the kind of stuff I want to see out of my offensive linemen, out of my offensive tackles. This guy's showing it
This is
each
the
and every
best
play. Look at from the
network,
coach's angle.
Period.
Can't thank my
Breaking
boy,
this down.
the patron, Chris, enough for getting me this footage so I can give you the special looks at the talent that this guy is. Now, look at this block. Get inside, now square, drive, and seal.
Watch one
beautiful.
more play.
Here,
One
I
more-
just want you to see him get after the linebacker.
Watch
Now the
this,
guard
Sean.
comes in, right? And they're going to pancake, but he has extra sauce.
Make
Extra
sure.
sauce on those wings.
Does it count unless both shoulder blades are
Takes him
down?
down,
Don't count
throws
unless
him to
both
the
shoulder
ground.
blades are down.
This guy
Well, they deserve
has everything
this
I'm
play.
looking for.
This was the play I was
in an
waiting.
offensive lineman.
He's going
Here
up
he's got
against
it
West
outside
Virginia.
9. Watch him.
Watch
Peel
this, Kenneth.
inside. Stay with his block. Recognize.
Look at
it's
those feet.
becoming a,
Now
it's
he got
becoming a
off
fight.
balance, but he's able to recover.
You don't want to get into a fighting
That-
match with Jenkins.
You don't want to
Jenkins,
get
I'm
into a
telling
fight
you,
with
is
this
so
thing.
impressive with his feet for a man his size. He's getting off balance, off kilter, but he's so strong that he recoils, regains balance. He gets me excited here. Watch him.
Oh my God.
This is a really different philosophy and blocking a counter. I'm going to stand up, allow the guy to make his move, then seal back inside.
Watch how
stand
athletic
up,
this
let him
motherfucker.
go inside. Now you turn him and push him down. Look at him control it and push him down the line of scrimmage. This is great showcase of strength, athleticism. Look at his feet. He got out there with ease.
There you go. I'm gonna save the rest for
Well
you
done.
guys tonight. That's what we do here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I don't make shit up. I use the tape to tell you. That's why I'm in love with him, Greg Braggs. You've known me for a long time now. You know how I get about offensive linemen. I've been.
I think we all just saw it.
When I say this guy is going to fight you to the very last echo of the whistle, this is the reality on the tape. This isn't a PFF score. Right there, I showed you. He got a little off kilter. Sean, you know, every football player is going to lose a rep or
Definitely.
have something. Can you recover? He fucking recovers because he's so athletic to get his feet back. He's a fucking dancing bear. He's somebody that's going to bring a whole new attitude. To subscribe to our channel on the YouTube, hit the bell. Tonight, we'll get that up there. The whole, I think it's 12 and a half minutes. He goes on to play other games and other teams, but it's so worth it. You're going to see why Juan Castillo, I'm sure, was on the table saying we need a motherfucking attitude adjustment. We have big Steve Edwards. In fact, I'm going to text him, see if he's going to jump on the show because Steve Edwards was like, Tevin, is a different animal. He's somebody that I know Juan Castillo is going to want. He's like, Phil, and I'm paraphrasing, Phil, Juan don't teach that shit. Juan, with Charles falling on the ground and doing the walrus technique, he don't teach that shit. So how are they going to send a message? They just did.
So Phil, here's a little bit of an update. This guy, QB1, number 1, Justin Fields, is going to get a little bit of help now from this guy.
Oh, yeah. Look at this guy.
It looks like a comic book character.
It does.
He look like something like out of like Space Jam. Like he is huge.
Greg, he is enormous. He's a dancing bear. This kid is going to be. Remember how big Jamarcus Russell and Jamarcus Webb was? This is like Jamarcus Webb size, but a fucking
minus the poems.
Poems, no Taco Bell at night. Maybe he does, but the reality.
Phil, real quick, just to give a little bit of a shout out to Ryan Pace and his crew up there at Hallis Hall. Liam Eichenberg went to Miami. You're seeing this run, so it's like they had some intel, so they knew that they had to get up because
real quick.
They went up for Jenkins, number 45. Jacksonville took Walker Little, 46. Cincinnati.
Walker Little went.
Yep.
Wow.
Cincinnati took Jackson Carman at number 46. Asante Samuel went off the board, 47. Aaron Banks to the San Francisco 49ers at number 48. And 49, Rondell Moore.
Guard.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Aaron Banks went high.
Yep. So
Jenkins, man. Lineman. So can I get a
Redunds is still out there, man.
Non-copywritten fucking reggae beat right now because I need to fucking dance. I am so fucking ecstatic, guys. I mean, I have poured out tears with all 4 of you in regards to this offensive line, this quarterback, this culture, and right now, they deserve a shout out, Shane. You're 100% right. Ryan Pace, Greg used to say, Pace deserves the say it, Greg.
Pace deserves the blame.
There it is. He used to always give me that beautiful drop. Now, because he passed on Watson.
The Giants just took Azeez Ojulari. That's a Gettleman type pick there.
That is, I love that football.
I like him better. I like him better than Tony at 20.
Oh my God, I like him better than Tony as well. I fucking think this guy's a freak, but his game reps weren't what they were because of his career.
There's been some concern about his left knee, so I think that's the reason that he dropped.
This guy bends and dips, man. I feel like John Gruden, man. I love this guy.
Well, like
man.
Shane said last night on your guys' show, where everything now the Bears do has to be geared towards Justin Fields. And that's what step 1, tackle. Like that's a beautiful thing.
We all
right
called
there.
it, right? To a man. Everybody on this panel,
I wanted Rondell Moore, but I'm a sucker for skill
another tackle off
players.
the board. Samuel Cosme just went to the Washington football team.
What did you heard this? That was produced. So you heard determination. You heard my 3rd best tackle in the entire draft. You saw the dancing bear. You saw the reality. Now, guess what, Sean? If they're running zone, guess who's cutting off on the backside and giving fucking Montgomery that fucking
cutback lane?
Oh my God!
2 guys that
cutback lane is
play.
there. Oh my God! You are not. You're gonna believe it. In another level, you can have haters
think about Montgomery and him moving their legs after the whistle on so many plays. It'll be inspiring. That stuff is contagious.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be no more. That's a great point. It's a great point. Listen, if you're not a patron, right there, you saw what the patrons were getting. That kind of analysis, preparing you for the NFL draft with live shows. Barlissimo, my father, Shane. We had Sean Sierra, Steve Edwards. We're going to have Coach George DeLeon. He's going to be breaking down. Coach George DeLeon, former Syracuse offensive coordinator when Donovan McNabb was there. DeLeon coached the Cleveland Browns, Mack and Thomas.
the best left tackle in a long, long time over there in Cleveland. He's an offensive line coach guru. He's going to come on and break down Tevin Jenkins. I said, once we get an offensive lineman coach, you're going to come on. So it's going to be a fucking off. If you love offensive line or you want to learn X's and with the X's and O's, you're going to learn it with X's with the O's, because we're going to break that down.
Tariq Cohen just sent out a tweet, and it says very simply, all it says is hog. That makes me happy.
Hey, I want to do this because I don't think Sean and Kenneth have seen our original draft song. And I don't think Greg has seen it. Maybe you have, Greg. Did you see it yesterday?
Yeah, I watched you.
All right,
you had
so
it at
watch.
the beginning and the end. It was great.
So watch the subtle subliminal message to Ryan Pace in here. Obviously, I did Mac Jones. He didn't see that one, but he got Justin Fields. But you're going to see somebody that's on the team now pop up into this. This is our original song produced by our music producer, Cool Kennedy. All original music on this network, TTNL. That's me rapping, by the way. You'll hear me. I'm rapping in this song.
Collaborate this. The Tape Never Lies network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pace on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pace on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
The tape never lies, realize potential ain't the way to go. Always draft football guys, the game is one up front. Rebuild the lines, we trading up for a QB, throwing dimes. The best analysis out there, and there's no debating. Nerves on edge, collab crew, collaborating. Simple, take the guy that takes his freaking head off. TTNL with the coverage pace, loves his fucking ghetto.
The blog boys ride the nuts and study the swag. Flag route or the drag, we get to the bag. Left tackle or the slot, show me what you got. We need a quarterback and cornerback with draft stock. Cream of the crop, last season was a flop. Protect the red rocket in the 3-step drop. In the pocket, we need a big ugly. Nagy needs to be a coach and not buddy. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pace on the chopping block. Pick smart, you maximize on your draft slot. Draft day, round one, the pick is in. Intangibles, hard hits, slinging pigskin. Chicago on the clock, pace on the chopping block. Pick smart, maximize on your draft slot.
Don't be bullshitting anybody. I'm telling you right now, you can't. Because it's going to show right up in that film, boy. Tape never lies. Never lies. Never lies. Never lies.
There you go.
Yeah.
What do you think, Kenneth? Is that a hit?
I love it. Listen, the thing is, too, it's difficult to do something theme specific and have to come off. That and the beat to the lyrics, dude. I'm feeling it now right there. You always make me feel like my production game has to really just step up. You guys do a lot over here. All right, a lot over this way, man. A whole hell of a lot, man. So no, dude, I love it, man. Great work, man. You guys, it's something to behold, and I'm not just blowing smoke up your hoo-ahs. It's something to behold how much work. See, that's another thing. I'm sure the community understands, and that's why they love you all. I mean, it's a lot of work. I mean, just going to school, Sean, you know, from going to ICB, and even though we don't edit, we had to learn how to do editing like that. And the type of work to get that stuff exactly where you want it, let alone you came up with the rhymes. Dude,
He's one of the hardest working men. You know, David Kaplan's notorious for how his schedule is and how hard he works. And I put Phil and Shane's schedule right up against that. I talk to these guys on the phone during the day sometimes, and we're all at work while we're talking, while Phil's cutting tape, while we're bullshitting, making fun. I mean, their energy wears me out. I'll be talking to them for a few weeks, and then I got to take like a break because I'll just be, they'll be killing me. They just are, they have a nonstop motor. It's pretty impressive.
Now, guys, you have not met our producer in the background, Cherie, Lady Bear. Can you say what's up?
Hey, Cherie. How you doing?
Cherie, you are always my music up or down on that song.
I can't put my toes on screen, and then my feet ain't done, but that's on the beat, man. I mean, but you know me, I love all of your original stuff. So
I know you do. And
Owusu Koromora just went to
did
Cleveland.
he?
Yeah.
Okay,
Cleveland.
Finally,
But
he dropped.
I got to share you guys a little story about Cherie. When the broadcast ended for whatever reason, I looked down and I saw Cherie in the background. Like, it wasn't me. She did this for like 20 seconds. Like, fuck that. That was not me. She had her hands up in the air and everything.
Everybody's got their hands up.
Oh, and I got to shout out Cool Kennedy. I put this guy to task, and you pointed it out, Kenneth, about the draft bell. Do. I go, that was his basis. I go, that's where my flow is. Can you make a beat to that? And I'll write some rhymes. So he went into process. Usually I come up with the hooks, and I was coming up with a hook when he sent me the beat, and he's like, I got something. I got something. Yeah, I got something.
You should have seen how many takes it took me and Phil to do walk 500,000 miles.
Oh my God. Greg was so far off. You want to talk about my editing and cutting skills?
That was your best work.
Greg's off beat, put it back onto beat, cut lyrics to make it all flow on. I would walk 100 miles, and he's singing this parody song. It was funny. But anyway, we do a lot of hard work here. And I think, and I'll be truthful, the 100 crew, as you could see, they represent, they share, they understand the love here. And my guy right there, Avon Walker, the only reason why he found this network is because of my music in his story. As he shared on Bears Hour Live. Every Bears game, we go live right after the game, the final whistle. So hopefully we could get Kenneth and Sean jumping on that show too. Bears Hour Live with us.
Listen, Cherie, you gotta have my back when Cars is picking on me now. This is
God.
Totally turned on me.
I'm a Cars fan, right?
No, what has happened? What has happened? Why is Cars the guy now? He's
Thanks for joining us, Braggs. Good night. All right, back to the show, everybody.
Oh my
I got the whole damn thing all the way to the end. When
he gave you the whole enchilada. You were talking tacos. He gave you an enchilada.
I'll shut up now for 5 minutes. You get 5 minutes on the clock.
5 minute major.
Listen, when's our next pick now? Give the update here. So,
round 5, 151, I believe.
So
no, he's gonna trade up. He's got to get a receiver. He's gonna trade up. He's on the
this
phone
is
now.
a deep draft. Now we did a mock draft.
Well, let me
ours.
Just hold up right there because Sean brings up a great point.
Yeah.
Is this a nod to Anthony Miller staying?
I think it is.
That's what I was going to say.
Well,
I think
here-
Anthony Miller's not going anywhere right now.
Why?
to be honest
Unless
with
you're
you.
going to get the right compensation for him. Why? Everyone on this team is revitalized. The fan base is. The team definitely is. And you could have guys that may have lost their focus.
Dylan
find their way.
Reduns just went. He's a Titan.
So I'm right there with you, Shane. I don't think you get rid of anybody. Let's see how this team assimilates to the leadership of Justin Fields and Tevin Jenkins coming in here. A new influx of youth and exuberance and ready to play some football. We saw that with the 2017 class when they came in and the Bears really had a Bear cabinet and they came in and breathed life. Eddie Jackson, Tariq Cohen, it was. And let's see these guys do that same thing. And I wouldn't be getting rid of anybody unless, of course, the compensation was there. He's a talented wide receiver, and Riley Ridley and Javon Wims haven't quite shown enough. I mean, definitely Anthony Miller has to own his responsibilities. But these guys were frustrated. You heard it from Eddie Jackson in his IG saying, "Finally, we got a reel," and he stopped himself. So that locker room was more than divided. And now they have a quarterback they are going to rally around. And I see a more inspired effort, especially if, Fields is ready to go sooner rather than later, which I'm hoping he is.
And in the 5th round in the receiver heavy draft, go do Darnell Mooney type stuff. Go find another one.
Exactly.
Take a flyer on the guy.
I got some receivers.
But what about cornerback though? I mean, isn't that
I don't know if you get a quality.
That they're at their softest now?
There's a guy on the roster that they're very high on that just hasn't been able to stay healthy. He's a young guy. And it's probably going to shock a lot of people, and some people may not even know who he is. They are very, very high on Michael Joseph on this roster.
They brought him back again. He's a small school Division II football player.
He battled that camp the last 2 years.
Yep.
He has not been able to stay healthy. The other kid, Shane, is
kind of like Corey Graham.
Canadian football league.
Trey Roberson.
Trey Roberson.
Yeah. Did they bring him back?
He's back. He's back.
You're bringing up corners, and it's unbelievable that we got this corner. Former Chicago Bear, great Lemuel Stinson. What's up, Lemuel?
Cheers. How y'all doing? All
right.
I love his laugh.
Amazing. We're doing amazing. Lemuel has that Barry White laugh coming through. Imagine him in the movie theater.
Him and Ken. Put him and Ken together. And have a laugh off.
There you go.
Hey baby, how you doing? Hey baby.
Hey, y'all gotta be. Hey, I'm chilling. How y'all doing? Y'all gotta be excited. Y'all got to be excited at least for these first two people. You got to be excited.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yes.
We're so excited. In fact, I jumped out of my chair in excitement for Tevin Jenkins because that means we're about to get tough where it matters most and nasty. Exactly. Mm-hmm. This kid is something special.
I was hoping for the first pick. I was hoping Justin just hold on. And they moved up and I said, oh my God, we're gonna get him. But then, when they got the second pick, with the tackle, and that was just great. It's just a marvelous part of the thing there. So now now I'm thinking we waiting on I go offense. I'm a defensive guy, but I go straight offense right now. We need to put them points on the board and do what to do.
Well, we were just talking before you came about corners as a need. Shane was bringing up the young kid, Michael Joseph, and we were just talking about the kid who went to the Canadian Football League. He was a former quarterback that moved to corner, Trey Robinson, and he really blew up the Canadian Football League. He got injured, and then COVID happened on top of it. So he's someone else, obviously, but I'm surprised the corner is pushing for more offense. He sees you got to surround Justin Fields with talent, right?
Yeah. I think Justin Fields is going to be great. I mean, I'm happy we got it. You got to look at it. That's the best quarterback I think we've had since. I hate to say it, but that's a no-name guy coming in that's going to play well and can play through injuries. Hurt. He's not one of those guys that lay down on the field or coach hurt. He tried to play the game. So I'm really, really excited to see. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna check it out every game to see how he do.
I'm sorry. What was the quarterback you said? The best quarterback since it broke up.
I said to McMahon.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I think it's the best quarterback we've ever drafted. In my lifetime,
yeah.
I've never, ever experienced this kind of football player. Again, I had 3 guys rated first round quality elite quarterbacks, and then Trey Lance I had right on the cusp there, very raw. And Justin Fields is somebody that I feel good Friday here, because this is the reality of what you're getting in this football player is somebody that's going to go out there and take that command, where those other ones that shadow in the background felt like they were there to play. I think this guy's here to lead first, and that's how you lead is through your play when it comes to that position. And I just think the energy that he exists with spiritually, I feel like there is something to be said about Tom Brady holding that grudge for years. I think this kid has a grudge he's had to carry, being in the shadow of Trevor Lawrence since they were in high school. And he's always been 1B, and he's always carried that torch, and he's never fallen from that until Georgia, when they were playing the wrong kid. They were playing the wrong kid. So he moves to Ohio State. He can't play in the cold. You heard it all. And he fucking steps up and he delivers. And look what you got in this football player. And again, you're going to have these trolls. I had a couple trolls today talking about, he'll be a wide receiver in a year. And it's just the most ignorant, bigoted thing I can ever deal with. And if you can't handle that truth, go to another network or another show, because that's the reality. This is not a fucking wide receiver. This guy's a quarterback that's going to come to Chicago and take that city by storm. We've already talked about the emotions that Kenneth and Sean and Greg now, Braggs over here. This kid is coming here to Chicago looking, to me, right there, like the great Walter Payton. When he came here, he had that look. Yeah, motherfucker, that's me right here. Be
Some
ready.
Swagger.
Yeah, there is a swag with this kid. I'm serious. I've been around this game, as so have you.
Yeah, my haircut. Yeah.
He's got a look, man. He's got
the
a
hot
look.
top fade, baby. At the hot top fade.
Where's
the boys kid and play?
Kid and play, right? Not quite kid and play.
Phil, you remember the connection?
Yeah, we all wrote it back in the day.
Fryermuth just went to Pittsburgh. That was the guy that they were.
The Penn State kid.
Yep, tight end.
Yeah, the tight end.
But Shane and I talked about this too, and from another sport, this just does feel a lot like when the Bulls got Derrick Rose. Shane pointed out the small chance that the Bulls had to get Derrick Rose was like less than 2%. That's basically what it felt like to be able to get Justin Fields at 11, a 2% chance, and they got it. And for a fan base that is starved for a quarterback. And not only that, as Phil has pointed out, and many others, as I listened to AM 1670, The Score all day today, people calling in, the cultural impact that they drafted their first black quarterback to lead their franchise, a black man that has never had that opportunity in this city. And you guys obviously can speak to it more than I can, but I can only imagine the cultural impact of that and the kids that can look up to him, and as he is here for the next decade, let's hope. And, between his talent on the field, which is what's most important, and then, as I mentioned, his cultural impact, he has a chance to be the city. This entire city is going to embrace him in a way that I don't even know if he knows yet, but he certainly looks like he's ready for that role in that picture where you see him stand with that confidence, and he talks about taking on the pressure of being in the spotlight. And he was on with Waddle and Sylvie earlier, and he said, I don't mind being in front of the camera because that's my job as the leader, but he also gets his business done on the field at the biggest level. This is the reverse Deshaun Watson.
Exactly.
Because
he would have owned this city. Deshaun Watson would have owned, real quick. Sean knows this, and I think Shane and Phil knows. I don't know if I did it with you on Sean and Maya. I am the creator of team black quarterback. I do this.
I'm glad.
Make the shirts.
Listen, I've talked about it since we did it on my show, my worst Bears draft, and I said it was the Cade McNown draft.
Yep.
And it was because they should have went up and got the Catholic League boy and Donovan McNabb. That made the most sense. But then they drafted down, and we didn't know the UCF because we didn't know UCF was producing football players in, but they drafted down past Dante, and that's when I was really pissed as a kid when they didn't take Culpepper. For them to get a black quarterback, it means a lot, even though this is something they should have done years in the past. But this kid right here has proven his mental toughness. That's the thing. And one thing, Greg, you were saying, if people don't understand the Bears culture, and if the Bears ever had a leader and a true star quarterback, that this town would be his. And that was the thing that Deshaun Watson, it was always like, damn, if Deshaun Watson ended up as a Bear, he would own this city. Yep. Now, unfortunately, if he owned this city, some other stuff may have happened. So we good off of that right now.
Yeah, but that's why I feel like we've righted that wrong.
Yeah, we good. Yeah, I'm with
so
you.
You know
I'm
what?
not even.
So you know what? I get maybe everything happens for a reason. Maybe that was the fact that we didn't get him. Okay, and we had to go through this because my I don't want to go into that, but I will say this. I'm not completely on board with that he did all that craziness. Okay, just a lot of red flags, but it's a distraction. Okay, it's nothing, it's a huge distraction. And maybe this is it, man. Maybe this is it because when you showed that guy, when you showed Justin Fields, he had that look in his eye, dude. That's a look of focus. That's a look, and I'm dating myself here, but that was the eye of the tiger, man. That was the eye of the tiger where he's the hunter. He's not the hunted. There, he's the hunter. I'm trying to be the best. I'm trying to lead this team, and he's about business, man. And that's what you see. That's what you want from your quarterback for him to understand, because as the quarterback goes, so does the team. And when you got a guy who's all business, I can't wait to yell at someone in the huddle. Shut the fuck up! It's my huddle. Hey, shut up! And I'm talking.
And how exciting is it that about his intelligence too? You hear of these testing, how he tests very highly. He could have played at Harvard and chose to play at a big time school. This guy is the total package on paper.
Shane, what was he outscored the history of this test? What was it? He's got
some people that are a lot smarter than Greg Bragg's developed this test.
I developed it.
Yeah.
It's an NFL mental aptitude test.
Yeah, they gave it to 6,500 professional athletes, and Mahomes
was at 110.
Took it, 108. I thought he was, and then Josh Allen was 104. The highest score that you can even get on it to ace it is 130. Justin Fields' score came in at 130. It's never been done with 6,500 professional athletes. And what that ranks is, you can give him a playbook that's semi-difficult, and he's going to pick up on it much, much quicker than somebody that doesn't score as high. Or you can give him the B-shoe playbook, that's thick. And he's gonna pick that up much, much quicker than anybody could.
And that's why I'm happy that Pace prefaced at the end of his presser last night that, hey, let's see what happens at training camp and preseason before it's not out of the question that he could win the job, because, hey, this isn't, everyone wants to compare Alex Smith to Patrick Mahomes' situation, and that was ideal. Matt Nagy referenced that last night. Well, Alex Smith was also with the Chiefs for a long time. He was acclimated with that team and the players and the coaches. Andy Dalton's coming in here with just as much a clean slate as Fields is. We saw what happened, thinking Foles, a veteran, could come in, and no, the future is Justin Fields. And if he comes in like Russell Wilson did for the Seattle Seahawks, ready to play, and he has all these intangibles on the field in his mind, I mean, that's going to ultimately be one of Matt Nagy's toughest decisions, is how fast he pushes this. But if Justin Fields gives him no choice, you're going to know it. You know it when you see it. That's the first thing I think I ever told Phil when we met. And I was talking about Anthony Miller, actually, and Tariq Cohen. And I guarantee we're going to know it. I got to get to camp to see him in the jersey, but just the intangibles, his look, his stature. He looks like Cam Newton, the way with his bulk and build, and when you watch his highlights, he looks like Deshaun Watson type. I mean, and you talk about the intelligence and everything else. I'm just so excited to get to training camp, and they better let me into Hallis Hall.
What?
I think he'll be starting right after the second season. I think he'll be starting after the second season. I mean, second game, second preseason game. He should be starting.
Just a little update on the draft.
He's the quarterback.
The Seahawks just took their first pick, and they didn't get an offensive lineman to protect Russell Wilson. They went wide receiver Dwayne Eskridge from Western Michigan.
Yeah, that was a kid the Bears really liked a lot. But listen,
he can go.
Offensive tackle trumps receiver every day, all day in my house and in my football process. And it's happened on the field over and over with the Chicago Bears, from Omial to Fred Miller to, let's go down the list at that position. The best left tackle I've seen since Jimbo Covert was John Tate, that they had to go out of their way to sign. It's been a long time since you've had a presence there. In fact, this is a franchise, and this is what they have to stop doing. They drafted Kyle Long to be the left tackle. When I saw Kyle Long, he was a left tackle, the most athletic, freakish talent I've ever seen at that size as a young football player. Yes, he got injured, and you saw the lack of his game going downhill because of the injuries. But this was a guy that you should have brought in. You put him at left tackle day one, and he's still here playing left tackle. That's the difference between a culture of fucking stupidity and one that puts football first. Now, to Shane's point and to my appreciation today, I'm seeing football players being drafted here by the Chicago Bears first and foremost. And when I say I jumped out of my seat, we'll clip it and cut it. I said last night, we got to get Tevin Jenkins. That will make my whole draft. I said it today on Sean's show, and they did it. They went up, they gave up, because you recognize this is a dancing bear that comes with an attitude, and he is not afraid to set the tone. And guess what? Your best player on offense, maybe Justin Fields someday, but it's number 32. He is, I know one guy wore number 32 over there in this house right here, Lemuel. But this kid, 32, David Montgomery, is elite, and you just made him extra better for all those little blog boys writing their articles about stats and where his yards per carry are and don't see the real issues that go on. You just made your football team better by getting Tevin Jenkins and Justin Fields. Football players. I can't believe it, guys. I'm on cloud 9. I'm still waiting for Cool Kennedy to get me some reggae music so I can freaking be in here chilling and dancing, because I've never felt like this on a draft day.
Not just that, Phil. Here's not just that. You're getting this is the thing that he hasn't done. He's getting football players that are ready to play.
Yes.
He's not getting projects anymore. He's not getting a Kevin White. He's not getting a Leonard Floyd. He's not getting a Mitch Trubisky. He's getting guys who are ready to play. He's getting guys where you plug them and you plug them and leave them. Okay, you put him there, and those are the type of guy that you need to get. He's getting just like his 1 for 4 in first-round picks, Roquan Smith. You put him in inside linebacker. You drafted him as inside linebacker. You put him at inside linebacker, and you leave his ass there and let him go to work. And that dude's been nothing but a freaking monster. Ever since he put on a Bears uniform, he's been nothing but a monster. So the quality and the type of players he's getting now, I don't know what the hell happened. Obviously, they finally did some self-scouting, but they're picking some great teams, some great players. I gotta holler at my guy Mark Sadowski when it's all over and be like, hey, great draft to this point.
Yeah, most definitely.
I think they're checking out Phil. I think they're checking out the tape Never Lies. I think they're trying to see what's going on. They might be listening now. They might be saying, what's up? Remember, these guys must know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to say that you're not the only one that has texted me that today or sent me a message from saying that. This guy right there. I mean, look at this guy. I already know his story just by that look. He was picked on as a kid because he had freckles and red hair, and he was just tired of it, and he grew, and now he's payback is a motherfucking bitch for a lot of people, and our gain from all of that is gonna be on Sundays. And I'm telling you right now, when I release the Tape Never Lies tonight on Jenkins, you're gonna want to check that out. Subscribe, become a patron. We are going to be breaking that guy down this Sunday with Justin.
Phil,
Actually,
real quick,
Justin
our guy.
Fields. Yes.
Yeah, real quick, Kenneth. I'm sorry I didn't see the private chat. We appreciate all the time, man. I know you got to bounce, do the under center, but you've been the best, man. We love having you on.
Oh, listen, shout out to all y'all. This has been Christmas. I love joining you gentlemen to have Christmas supper, to sit here and enjoy ourselves. We should do this more often. We don't get to enjoy ourselves more often. It's usually dour, glismal, and just it's sad here on the Bear side. Also, shout out to your son, Shane. I see that draft cap right there. But you guys have a terrific evening. Always appreciate it.
Thank
and
you
listen,
for coming
while
on,
the sun is shining, as it is right now, man, enjoy it. Because we usually get a lot of shady days, but enjoy this, man.
Right.
And you all have a terrific weekend and be safe, man.
Kenneth,
Thanks, Kenneth.
You're the man. Your only flaw in your tape study that I've done is you forgot your swag to rock tonight.
I did. I messed up. I did. And I thought about it and I totally forgot. And that's a flaw.
I love you, man.
Love you guys, man. And have a good one, man. And
we'll
enjoy tonight,
we'll bring
man.
you back on later.
Whenever.
in May.
I'm here whenever you need me.
There you go.
Thanks,
God
man.
bless. And tell Adam Hogue he deserves to come into the hot box with us.
He knows.
Tell him.
All right.
All right. You're the best. Have a great night.
Man. You too.
God bless. Kenneth Davis, Under Center Podcast. Follow him on all his social media at That's Davis. That guy, class act. In fact, it was this guy, Sean Sierra, that brought me and him together. It's like a connection. Like Greg Braggs brought David Kaplan into my life. And I kind of met Greg Braggs and brings Braggs into Shane's life. Now Shane's pissed at me because he's got to deal with Greg Braggs. Then I meet Lemuel Stinson off of just a DM because I absolutely loved him. And Lemuel introduces me to Dante Jones. Now Dante Jones, it's like this is an amazing family community, the Tape Never Lies Network. All of the fans, everybody is ecstatic that Sierra's here. Greg Braggs is here. Lemuel Stinson is here. And Steve Edwards just texted me, 30 minutes give me. And I want to come on and talk about Tevin Jenkins. So we'll be live here through the draft. So, and I forgot to tell you guys because there was so much going on. Rashid texted me. He's like, Phil, my connection is so bad here. I can't get a signal. Can I come on the show like next week and talk about the experience and the draft and the whole nine? So we'll bring Rashid back on the show after you saw a glimpse of him, Cherie. You saw a glimpse of him, right? With his hat on. He was on the stage. He was showing Greg the tent that someday Greg will probably live in when he gets
Kansas City taking Nick Bolton.
Nick Bolton, this guy. Son of Michael Bolton, New Haven, Connecticut? No.
The Rams took Tutu Atwell, 145 pounds.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Tutu Atwell.
Yeah.
Listen, we love all of it.
Ain't that wrong with that lightweight?
Yeah. What did you weigh again? 158 pounds when you played, Lemuel?
Now, when I got them 50, I made some money. I lay a little bit and gained some weight. But yeah, now I was about 150, 155. So off of me now.
And he comes up and hits people. Not afraid. He wasn't afraid, Riley.
Got to bring that head.
Riley's going to be like 6'6".
Who was the hardest hit you ever got one from?
Who the hardest hit person I hit before?
No, who's the hardest hit you
ever? Who knocked you out? Who knocked you into next week?
Who knocked me out? Yeah. Oh, Brad Mustard in practice. Brad Mustard.
Stanford's finest.
I figure I can make the team. Yeah, I figure I can make the team if I hit Brad Mustard. He was big, I was small. I ran up and hit him. I said, "Wow!" Hit him. and I rolled back about 3-4 yards like a tuck and roll and stood up real quick. He went to the side. He laughed and he said, "Good hit." I said, "Okay." I didn't know I didn't hit him good enough, but Dickens thought that was pretty cool. I can go in there and hit. So, but
Welcome to the
got to bring
big
the hat every
leagues,
time you go.
Hey, funny story about Brad Muster.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He's a huge Ric Flair fan. He would wear a Ric Flair T-shirt. I read an article. He would wear a Ric Flair T-shirt underneath his shoulder pads. That's nuts.
I think I remember that. I didn't watch a man get too many times, but when he took his pants off, he was in the locker room. You see the shirt. Didn't do much like that.
Yeah, Brad Muster, number 25 from Stanford, huh?
Yeah,
that's right.
Yep, Stanford.
Stanford.
Clint.
Shane, talk a little bit about Bolton. That kid is a good football player. Coming out.
Yeah, I listen. It's you never know what's going to happen with Danny T. I mean, you love the passion that he plays with, but he's a guy that's been nicked up a ton, and Bolton's been a favorite among us here, Phil, with everything. All the tape work that we've done. George, I know, was a big fan, but I don't think up at this level where he was going, the Bears were ever going to be pulling the trigger on an off-the-ball backer. But to me, this is a fantastic pick for Kansas City. I mean, this is the rich get richer type pick. They go get Orlando Brown with their first-round pick in the pre-draft trade, and you tell me the first pick that they come out of this draft with is Nick Bolton. That's pretty fucking impressive.
Let's talk a little bit about what Jordan Bake. I know Greg loves to bake, but the reality is Javon Wim.
I retired.
Yeah.
What do you think of Javon Wim? Is this
Phil,
somebody...
real quick before you get into that, Sean? I just saw you got to bounce. You said so. Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Sierra, give us your final thoughts here, Sean, before you go. Put you on the spot.
You know what? I'm ecstatic so far for this draft. Justin Fields was a guy that I didn't think we'd get. We got, and we were able to get him. And I'll tell you, it was we were ecstatic. And then to get an offensive tackle, like I said before, your first check, you're right, is for the mortgage, and that's Justin Fields, and your second one is for the insurance, and that's for Evan Jenkins. And you what you did, you solidify that offensive line with a nasty son of a bitch for the next 8 to 10 years. And if you have that offensive line feeding off of this type of mentality, this offensive line is going to be good. Okay, because there's going to be a lot of times where you have to go and you have to play, and you're just going to wear people out. They might be more talented than you, but because you refusal to stop and because you refusal to quit, and you're going to win by attrition, and that's the best way to win. I've many a football game.
Yeah,
many a football game, my team has won by attrition just by wearing people down and refusing to stop. And you go from the snap of the ball to the echo of the whistle. And I play with tons of guys like that. And if that mentality seeps into that entire offensive line, watch out. David Montgomery is going to be perennially at the Pro Bowl.
Well said, man. I love you. You guys can follow Sean at the Sean Sierra right there. Follow him every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Sean is going live, breaking down Chicago sports, and of course, the Chicago Bears. And every Friday, we get in the 2-back set, and we go at it. And today was one of those other great times with you, Sean. Thank you for jumping on tonight on our draft show and our draft coverage. The TTNL network has been live every night this week. We'll be live again tomorrow for the 4th, 5th, and 6th, 7th rounds. So love you, Sean.
Hey,
Take
love you
care
guys,
of
man.
Mom Dukes. Give her a kiss and a hug. I can't wait to see you. I can't. I'm COVID. I've gotten all my shots, so I'm ready to go visit Chi-Town.
We'll turn it up. Turn it up.
Yeah, Sean, you'll have to find us a new Mexican spot over in Lake Forest.
Oh, dude, man. When they left Bourbon, I'm telling you, and truth be told, that was probably the biggest reason I was upset. That Mexican restaurant that we found, okay, that I found. I was just searching area Mexican restaurants.
Authentic Mexican restaurant I have ever been to. It was great. It was great.
They were, and you know, let me tell you something real quick before I go. I was annoyed, okay, because the lady didn't even give me a discount. I brought in like 10 people, 12 people that day, and you know, so I was talking to her in Spanish. I said, "Hey, listen, I got a lot of people coming." Okay, and she's like, "Oh yes, and no, I got like 10, 12 people coming." I'm like, "And we eat a lot because it was the guys from Windy City Gridiron and a couple others. Braggs, you were there with a couple other people. It was crazy." And she was like, "Oh my God, thank you." And then she didn't even say like, "Oh, your meal's free," or "I'll give you 10% off." Nothing. I was like, "Damn, dude,
damn,
make that money."
I was like, but no, that place was awesome, man. But hey, you know what? Don't worry. You come to the Shy, dude. I got authentic, man. I got plenty of places for us to go. If you want Mexican, I got plenty of places. We'll take you to Little Village.
Yeah,
we'll
I'm a
take you
big
to Pilsen. We'll take you we'll stay off the north side for some Mexican.
Yeah, all I got is Taco Bell out here. I'm looking for some authentic stuff. So
Nothing wrong with Kathy's either.
no, of course not.
Oh wow, look at the time, man. Hey man, I love you guys, man. I appreciate it, man. I love talking. You know what? It's a double dipper, man. We got to talk twice today, Phil.
Yeah,
good shit.
Absolutely.
Good
Thanks
shit.
for jumping on, man.
Thanks,
Hey,
Sean.
Lemuel, nice meeting you, boss. Nice meeting you, man.
Nice meeting you, boss.
All right.
No problem.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend. All right.
You too,
Later,
man.
man. Great weekend. Great. The Sean Sierra, the super back. Great job with him as we move forward in this draft. We don't have any more picks, but we're certainly breaking the stuff down, having a lot of fun talking about this football team. And their two selections were the two things that we said they needed to draft in the first round. It'd be offensive tackle or quarterback. Greg, they got both of those. You're obviously all in on Justin Fields, but
Yes,
now
sir.
they got an offensive tackle to go along with him. You got to really appreciate Ryan Pace and Coach Nagy. I know you kind of came along with me with your feelings on Coach Nagy. They kind of reared their head. You saw what I saw early, then you saw it play out with Mitch. What are your feelings about the relationship now? Is this Matt Nagy going to be Matt Nagy 2.0 for you?
Well, that still is yet to be determined. Now, I think there's a difference between trusting his evaluation techniques and his play calling and offensive line. Like we talked about, I think maybe he's got a head start on that, but his identifying who should be on the line and play calling is still on the table. I do trust his evaluation methods. You guys heard it from David Kaplan on here. I've spoken to him about it when we walked 29 freaking miles. Matt Nagy had 3-2-1, Mitch 3, a project, Deshaun Watson 2, injury concerns, Patrick Mahomes, generational talent. He called it. So if we are to believe that Matt Nagy spearheaded this quarterback, because they don't trade up to 11 unless Matt Nagy is certain, this, because it's going to be his head on the chopping block if the offense is still sputtering. Because now you don't have any more excuses. You've brought in, you came in and inherited Mitch Trubisky, yes, but you knew you were coming here to groom him. That didn't work. Okay, you get a pass, but then you bring in Nick Foles. That didn't work. That's not a pass. You bring in Andy Dalton. Well, you did that as an insurance policy because you don't know how the draft's going to unfold. But now you get the Ferrari. And if you can't get the Ferrari to fly down that road, it's going to be Matt Nagy first on the chopping block, even before Ryan Pace, because everyone is rejoicing that we just got Justin Fields. So I don't want to hear any revisionist history down the road if for some reason it doesn't work out. More than likely, it's going to work out, and we're all going to rejoice. But yes, the biggest question is, will Matt Nagy be able to run a consistent offense? He can't decide what he wants to do. You've pointed this out for years. And then last year, that really was spotlighted by when he brought in Nick Foles. And at first, you think it's going to work, and then it completely tanks. They can't run the offense whatsoever. They looked as pitiful as they ever have in my last 20 years of watching the Bears during that 6-game period. And he had to give up the play sheet to Bill Lazor, and that was the only reason the team turned it around, albeit against lesser talent. What has he learned from that? Like I said, I think he has a head start with the offensive line. He has all sorts of talent now. Damian Williams, David Montgomery, Tariq Cohen returning. Allen Robinson's going to be a happy camper. I can promise you that. You got Darnell Mooney entering his second year. Cole Kmet looked great to end the year. You got weapons all over the place. It's exciting, and Matt Nagy better be able to figure out how to get this car down the road. It's time now. You know, it's money on the table time for Mr. Matt Nagy. And no reason for me to not be optimistic about it and root for him to do it, but it's certainly still a big question. And then obviously how fast Justin Fields can develop is also a big question, and how Matt Nagy develops him, which is something we really can't see other than going to limited practices and preseason games.
Hit that like button, smash that like button, hit the subscribe. You're going to get analysis that you're not going to get anywhere else here at TTNL. As Lemuel eloquently said, the Bears have been watching, and that was our goal, is to put pressure where it needed to be, so change is going to come. And that is what has happened tonight. We see football players being drafted. We see people in Chicago doing the right thing. Greg is asking the right questions. All of us are asking those questions. But the reality is, as I said last night, a painter can only paint if he has paint. You got to have that paint in order to do what it is you want to do. And now there's no more excuses laid out for Matt Nagy. This marriage was in love. As Shane showed you pictures and images of Matt Nagy drooling over Justin Fields. They went up, they got their guy. This is the QB guru, the hand-waving, tap dancing Andy Reid is patting him on the back. Now they got their guy. Now there's not an arranged marriage that doesn't work. There is a marriage there. And now you got to hope. I hope that Andy Dalton, I believe Andy Dalton's a solid NFL quarterback, and he gives you the opportunity to move forward and let Justin Fields do what Patrick Mahomes did, and that's sit behind him, learn, understand what they were doing, and then you compete the whole time because you have that drive. And then when you know it's the right time to let that gazelle out those gates and let it run, that's what a great coach should do. Obviously, I don't know what they're going to do. They've already deemed Andy Dalton QB1. I know Gil Brandt came out and trolled the Bears media department and said QB1, QB2 and making Andy Dalton. But it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, and then to come back around and get what I believe is the third best offensive tackle in this draft. And he is the most aggressive personality when it comes to that position. And what is the Bears' weakness on the offensive line? Oh, I will tell you, it's that disposition, it's that tenacity, it's that echo to the whistle play. And they did it tonight. They knocked it out of the park. They identified the talent and they went and got it. I can't speak enough on this for the Chicago Bears. In fact, if I'm just going to repeat for those of you just tuning in what Shane had said earlier. If somebody would have told me, Phil, you're going to come out of this draft with Justin Fields and your boy Tevin Jenkins, are you going to be happy? I'm going to be fucking ecstatic. That's the reality. It's unbelievable tonight. What a night. What a night. You like that? You like how I talk?
Let me ask you this, Shane. We talked
Jenkins
about maybe
is a left tackle. He could play anything. Don't get yourself worried and worked up about sides. And if you want to learn the offensive line, become a subscriber to the Patreon channel. We're going to have coaches clinics showing you why this dancing bear is. That's the reality.
Let me ask you this, Shane. We talked about earlier maybe that's the sign of drafting the tackle here in the second round and moving up, and now you don't have many picks until the fifth round might save Anthony Miller's job here. But maybe, do you think, because we also talked about getting back, a cornerback, do you think that Anthony Miller is still on the table to be traded here to get back into the third or fourth round?
Oh,
and maybe that's too high.
Yeah, you're not getting. I mean, if somebody wants to give me a third rounder for Anthony
You're
Miller,
running to that.
I think you're getting at best a conditional 6th round pick.
Wow, that far down, huh?
Yeah,
so then a guy like Nick Foles might as well just be cut. Like, or is he going to still be on this team as a QB3?
They might be able to trade this guy.
I don't know if he got no trade value.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If Anthony Miller's worth a conditional
might
6,
be able to get a trade on.
I think your only shot was Denver.
Philly.
They went out and got. No, Philly picked up Flacco, so I mean they really have no reason to bring in Foles.
True.
I think you had a little bit of a
fucking
shot in
Flacco.
Denver, but they went and got Bridgewater. And
What about the Jets? What about the Jets going behind? You got Joe Douglas over there.
Well, this
from
is the
Philly.
way that
there is an opportunity there.
But this is the way that you got to look at it, Phil. Even he's got guaranteed money. Thing about it is, where Nick Foles isn't going to be of value to you on the field. You just brought in a 22-year-old quarterback, and you're going to surround him off the field with Nick Foles and with Andy Dalton. In the classroom, teaching the kid how to be a pro and do stuff like that. So that's probably at this point where the Bears see his value. I mean, I'm with Lemuel. I don't see who's trading for Nick Foles.
He was
I think the fans are saying Jets too. I believe there is a Joe Douglas Philly connection.
But he
Bears
won't be
connection.
cut, is what you're saying, Shane.
I don't think
he's got $9 million guaranteed.
But what's his savings if he was cut? I know what his guarantee is. There a cap savings because
you're supposed to know. You're the smartest man, Shane. That's supposed to just be inside your brain.
Shane.
It's not.
With
it's
a
not.
Y.
That's all right. You're having a kid.
Where's cars? Where's
you get a
cars for
pass.
our cap coverage?
He's not gonna. He's a third string quarterback right now.
Well, and I guess the other thing too is
with super knowledge.
Well, he's almost a 2.5 string quarterback until you can determine that Justin Fields is ready to go. Because if he's not, and you're saying you're going to take it at worst case scenario an entire year, then Andy Dalton is your starter. And if you're truly not trying to rush this guy, then you have a backup in case an older Andy Dalton gets hurt.
You might save $6 million. Is that what Chuck is saying?
Yeah, $6 million.
So I'm taking the 6. Just cut him. Just take the loss and get rid of the distraction. Unless you could trade him to the Jets. And let's say, Shane, you just pointed out Mason Rudolph just signed for $5 million as a backup quarterback.
Yeah,
right?
but if you post June 1st release with Nick Foles, you're losing. You're losing $5 million. You're not gaining $5 million. You're losing. So he's not going anywhere. He's not getting released.
He's third string quarterback.
He's a player coach, and he's going to do the best damn job anyone's ever done at that third.
He's gonna be writing the plays down and turn me in. That's just what he's gonna be doing.
Hey, maybe he is a very religious kid. He's a very articulate football study. This kid was very wealthy, right, Shane? So football has been a passion for the kid. Yeah, he still is very wealthy. He grew up wealthy.
Shane,
now he is even more wealthy.
You wanted the quarterback room upgraded, Shane, and now our third string quarterback's a former Super Bowl MVP who took down Tom Brady. So there you go. You got your 3 swings of the bat.
Yeah.
Whatever will we do without Bray?
I don't know, because he was vital. They brought him back for a reason, as Matt Nagy said.
Is Bray back?
No, I'm just saying last year when they asked him, like, if he had to be ready, he's like, why do you think he's been on the team? Right.
Good comment there, Brandon. I like that. Listen, everything I see in regards to where they've gone, free agency, now the draft, they're doing things. Everybody forgets the Marquise Goodwin signing. That signing excites me because I know his ability when he's healthy is really aggressive, fast, and talented football player who's able to make big plays. Those types of guys have been an Andy Dalton type connection when you're able to throw the ball down the football field. And I'm saying the same thing, Ryan Cox. I have Creed Humphrey is still out there.
He just got drafted that was.
Oh, he just did?
Kansas City.
The Packers got the shittier center, even though he's a good football player, the kid from Ohio State. But Creed Humphrey is one of my top 5 favorite players in this draft. He just went to the fucking Chiefs, man. Oh, man. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good center right there.
Phil, in terms of show, are you heard any more from Austin?
Austin's going to join us. He's on his way home. He'll be here in about 35 minutes.
Okay.
And he's going to talk about the quarterback position. And Steve Edwards is going to be coming on to talk about Tucker, Tevin Jenkins. So we got those two guys coming up. Lemuel, did you have any final thoughts tonight? Are you ready? You feeling this draft?
I'm excited this draft. I'm happy that we got what we got. I think the guys are looking at your show, so they understand what's going on, and they're taking y'all word for everything that's going on. So they're trying to make sure they're getting y'all good grace. So shouts out to those guys, the GM, and hey, maybe even Ted Phillips taking a little look at you too. So Phil and Shane, y'all doing a good job.
Ted can't afford us, Lemuel.
I'm just trading in
But
my
the way it's going right now, y'all can.
Yeah,
I'm trading my Hyundai for a Camry.
Y'all good.
An interview.
Nah, I'm just
I love you, Lemuel. Lemuel Stinson.
Appreciate it.
You are going to be a part of our fantasy football league, and you're going to be a big part of this network moving forward. I love you, brother. Thank you so much for jumping on
Appreciate
tonight.
you guys.
Thanks, man.
We'll talk soon.
No problem.
The great Lemuel Stinson, former Chicago Bear. Oh, my God. I love that dude. I mean, he keeps it 100, Greg. He's even pointing out, as a former Bear, these guys are watching this network, and we're holding them accountable. Shane, back in the day, I said to you, we got to do something. What are we going to do? They're going to hear us. We got to do it. Well, I go, Shane, 4 years ago, Shane reminded me. 4. I thought it was 2. I go, Aldo, we got to go to video. We got to do video. People want to see us talk about this. And then they know that we know what we're fucking talking about. And it pushed and it pushed and it pushed. And Cherie knows the story. We're better off where we are now because I have my brother in arms, the smartest man, Shane Marsaw. And I want to go back as we wait.
Yeah,
I want to
Greg,
play
it was
the
me,
open.
not you. Did you hear him?
Hey.
No,
You know,
Greg,
there's certain
I got to give
loves
Greg
I
credit.
can't fight through.
Greg has always been in my corner 100%. And I've faced every demon head on, and you've been in my corner.
Of course.
Just not in my driveway, in my corner.
And in your Patreon.
And they're not in our Patreon.
Well, you
right?
don't give me. Look at all those people with
Look at all
shirts,
those
and I don't have a
patrons.
shirt.
I know. We're working on it. Our shirts are red.
I got my sweater on.
Look at this. Cherie showing off her shirt. So there's two things.
Custom made one.
Those of you that weren't here,
there you go.
Look at Lady Bear.
There you go.
If we only had the reggae music. Cool Kennedy's like, I'm working on it. I don't want to rush it. And I was just joking. That's how talented Cool Kennedy is. He's working on a beat for me to dance to tonight because I am ecstatic. It's back-to-back nights. Shane, Wednesday was my worst day ever. Worst, right? And I said, maybe this is a good omen for tomorrow. And Michael Williams, our patron and 100 crew members, said, Phil, what about this? You had a bad day yesterday. Now look at this. Back-to-back days. Now I want to do something, Shane, we haven't done. Those of you just checking in, I want to play the open that led off the show to look back on last night because we don't have a pick yet. And I'm just going to take a little break to go grab a drink. But I want you guys to see this. There's an emotional part for me, and I'm going to be transparent here. It's between Shane and his son. And I was breaking, and I put this together real quick. I wanted more time because I had my dad come on, and I had these moments. It was a 5-hour show yesterday, guys. 5 hours. 5 hours and plus. And we found all these little pieces. But here's a little recap of what happened last night. But I was being transparent. I literally got emotional cutting this moment between Shane and Riley Marsaw.
Number 11.
Here we go. Here we go.
Boy.
Let's go, Pace.
Oh, man.
Listen, Mike Zimmer is the best thing to happen to us in this division.
So you know that Washington wouldn't be involved here. With the Giants aren't going to gift them a quarterback.
Don't be surprised if teams trade up for offensive linemen.
I mean,
Adam Schefter reporting quarterbacks still on the board. It's time for one to be traded up for.
Here we
Chicago's
go.
trading up.
Yes!
What?
Oh my Here God. It is!
Schefter just reported.
Here it
Oh,
is!
baby.
Let's go!
Oh.
Here we go, baby! Come on,
Adam
Mac
Schefter
Riley, we
just
got a
put it in.
quarterback. Mac Jones, baby! Come on!
Oh, man.
Riley, I'm sorry I loved you. It's been great.
Here
for 10
it
years.
is. Here it
We've got
is.
some
You're
lovely
going to
party
New
gifts
York,
for you.
Riley.
Oh, my God.
Bears are on the clock with the Giants. I called that too.
And now official. Here we go.
Oh.
Let's go,
Oh,
Bears
boy.
fans.
Oh my God.
This is what we've been waiting for. This is it right here.
If it's Mac
Sean
Jones, you
Slater,
gotta be
come
ready.
on down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Connors, don't ruin this for me.
Please.
If they make a fucking trade for an offensive tackle here, I'm going offline. I'm going offline.
Either one of these guys, I'm gonna be happy with.
Meanwhile, listen, my favorite podcast outside of the Football Guys Network is the Tape Never Lies Network, which is Phil Odishian and Shane Marsaw and their Bears folks. Oh my God, what a great podcast. That's fun to be a part of. I'm sure they are losing their mind right now with the trading, but we'll see who the pick is. They liked Mac Jones too from studying the tape, but I bet they'd be happy with Fields here too. So
it is Justin Fields, by the way. The pick is Justin Fields.
Sweet.
Tonight's gonna be a big night, Phil, Shane, and the group.
It's just
It's gonna be Justin Fields.
Let's go.
The entire family was just outside of the living room.
We did it. We did it.
Out.
Here we go. The pick is in.
Oh my
pick is
God.
in.
Let's go.
Is it Mac Jones or is it Fields?
It's Fields.
Is it
I'm
Mac
knowing it.
Jones
I
or
know
Fields?
it.
No one read their fucking tweets.
Oh,
Let's
I'm
just
not.
react.
God.
Here
Shut
we
off the
go.
chat. Shut it off.
Dun, dun,
Round and round and round it goes.
Take it off. Take it off.
Screen. Get those
Take it
off the
off.
screen.
Don't get Shane mad.
Fucking
now.
waiting forever for this. We got.
Give me the fucking keys, you fucking cocksucker motherfucker.
I know it. I know who this is.
I've got
We know
the
it.
TV queued up.
It's
so we will hear
official. Chicago Bears select quarterback Justin
They had to get a quarterback.
Go check mommy. Make
They
sure I'm not
had
too
to
much
get a
trouble.
quarterback.
There's a suitcase at the bottom of the stairs, Daddy.
Barlissimo,
Oh,
get
shit.
on the tape. Draft Mob just got fucking amazing on
I don't know.
Oh,
Draft Mob
man.
breaking down Justin Fields on
I'm
Sunday.
turning up my volume.
Wow.
Go check on me.
This is.
I got to hear this official.
Announcement for Dallas.
Boy, how exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, my Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
It is official. It is official.
That's all. That's all that matters.
Look at this guy.
Oh,
We deserve it.
Buckeye.
Lord.
The Buckeye.
Somebody's
Wow.
getting a great fucking.
He was
Steven,
the
can I
Ohio
enter
State.
They did it.
What the fuck? Listen.
Tell us. We're waiting.
Keep Rodgers. I don't want
Coming for you.
I don't want any excuses. I don't want any excuses. You know what?
And I don't know if Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy wasn't there when the pick was made. But if Ryan Pace is now looking back and saying, like, you know what, I should have gone with Deshaun Watson, who people kind of forget, like, how great of a quarterback he's been. Patrick Mahomes, who's really benefited from being in Kansas City. If he looked at that and said, like, I want to rectify that mistake, that is perfectly fine with me. I know people like Mac Jones, and I think that he could be a good NFL quarterback. But I've been of the mind that Justin Fields went out there and proved himself in the Big Ten in big moments. He beat Trevor Lawrence. I want to start let's start going through that tape now.
Yeah.
Him smoking Trevor Lawrence and talk about how good he is. And now we finally get the quarterback who's fucking pissed that everybody was passing him up.
Yes.
Drafting.
Preach.
You want to
Preach
go? I hope every time we play the San Francisco 49ers that Justin Fields throws for 500 yards. I hope he is so pissed every time he's playing against one of these bum teams. Broncos, Panthers. Who else needed a go? Detroit. You could have had him, Detroit. I hope Khalil Mack shoves Penei Sewell so far up Jared Goff's ass, and then Justin Fields comes out and leads us to victory.
Yeah.
I just want it.
You want it, I want it, baby. Day 2. What are the Bears gonna do? Day 2 of draft coverage here on the best network on the planet covering the Chicago Bears starts now, baby.
Don't be bullshitting anybody. I'm telling you right now, you can't be. Because it's going to show right up in that film, boy. The tape never lies.
Collaborate this. The Tape Never Lies network coverage of the NFL Draft starts now.
Breaking down the Bears like no one else.
Marsaw Autosian. Ladies and gentlemen, class is now in session.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. Listen to me. You want to learn football? Listen to my guys, Phil and Shane on the Tape Never Lies network. These guys are freaking awesome, Sparkle.
The following show is for mature audiences only. Shy City Sports.
The tape never lies.
Maron.
So
there we
real
are.
quick, Phil, great job. Great job on that open. Like I said, I told you we're gonna
upload that. We're gonna upload that.
But there's
to
been
the
some
YouTube
big
channel.
news within the NFL, not Bears related.
Really?
While that was airing, Kyle Trask is now a Tampa Bay Buck. Davis Mills is now a Houston Texan, and Kellen Mond and his toolbox with a hole in it is now a Minnesota Viking.
Wow. I wonder what Adam Hogue thinks of that.
But back to that video, Phil, it was really well done. It was just cool to see all that put together and the reaction, obviously, of all you guys. Cars initially, breaking the news that they traded down, his shock, and you guys, just the anticipation of waiting for the pick. I like that you guys weren't looking at Twitter. That's how it should be done. But man, it just really highlights the difference between this draft and when we drafted Mitch. I mean, even someone me, as staunch a supporter as I was of Mitch, the day we drafted him, I'm sitting next to my neighbor and I said, I mean, when they traded up, I'm like, well, we're getting Deshaun Watson, but they better get anybody but this kid from North Carolina, because I didn't know who he was. And obviously, the story goes on where he wins me over. But in that moment, I screamed no, just like everybody else at the draft party and everywhere else. And that was the unanimous feeling. And for fans that aren't analysts, it's a gut thing, and it when you see it kind of thing.
Right.
And when this net pick was made, and when that guy walks to the podium, and you can see his excitement, and he says, "My Chicago Bears,"
Yeah.
like that kind of pride.
They see him
like
pumping
that,
his fist too.
Yeah, he's like, when he reads it, he's like, "Oh my God!" Like that puts chills down my spine. And then just how everyone immediately just went crazy. And Shane said about the Sox game when they announced it at the game, everyone went nuts at the Sox game. Like it wasn't a boo. It's just so so unusual as a Bears fan for that to happen. And of course, at the quarterback position, it just makes it's taken this team to the next stratosphere. It's so exciting. And yeah, that reaction just kind of illuminates that point.
100%, man.
Well said, Greg.
It's a game
I'm
changer.
excited, man. We're back. It's a new era. The journey is better than the destination.
Yeah.
The destination is stressful, and you only get to enjoy it for a second, and then you're on to worrying about the next championship. The journey is what's fun, getting there. And the start of the journey is when it's at its most pure, because it's all about optimism. If you're negative, you ain't talking to me. I'll tell you that. You ain't hanging out with me at the tailgate, because if you are, I'm just going to beat that positivity down your throat. So come meet me at the corner of Wabash and Cermak come Sundays in the fall, and I'll be shoving that positivity down your throat. This is a time to be excited as a Bears fan. That's right. This is a new era. Let's get it started.
The biggest separator with all of this in the quarterback talk, and when you do go back to 2017, Phil, we went live to talk about that when it was Mitch. It wasn't the quarterback that we would have drafted, but where we were happy was the Bears finally took the swing at the quarterback, even though it wasn't the guy that we wanted. Yesterday, it's
a different pedigree of talent, experience.
It is. Yes. I was a huge Mac Jones fan, but Greg, you live it and breathe it, and you're in the stands. If the Bears drafted Mac Jones yesterday, they're not doing that at the White Sox game.
He would he would then have to prove it. Same with Trey Lance. Mac, it may be for different reasons, but it's just it's totally an optics and a gut thing. This guy is big time in a game. It's Deshaun Watson. He played in national championships. And not to say Mac Jones hasn't and doesn't have that pedigree of talent, but yes, I completely agree. And it's a very layered. I mean, it starts with his talent and his swagger, but then also, like we've said, a very large portion of the fan base never believed the Bears would draft a black man to lead their franchise, and that cannot be understated. It really can't. And there's plenty more people
uncomfortable. We had a few fucking trolls today coming at me like, come on.
If you can't, I'm just a kid, a white kid from Crown Point, Indiana. So there's people that can speak on this more profoundly than I can, but I can acknowledge the social and cultural impact that goes along with all his talent, and his talent is what's going to bring this whole fan base together. But then also that as well, that when you consider all that stuff, it just becomes something that's a lightning rod. It's going to be so exciting to watch. I'll be at his first preseason game, first regular season game. We'll be standing in the tunnel, and I hope you guys can somehow get out here. I guarantee it'll be 100% capacity by then, and I'm
Breaking news. The Tape Never Lies Network. Breaking news.
For those of you scoring at home, Greg Braggs is a white guy. He just announced that to the world.
Slightly chubby too. Well, I'm just saying, I mean, it's
he's keeping it 100. He's keeping it 100.
Yeah, well, when you listen to 670 Score on ESPN 1000 all day, and so many people called in to talk about these sentiments, it makes an impact on me and makes me understand truly how much this means to people, and I can understand it and I can appreciate that. Obviously, his talent's going to rule the day. I was talking with my guy Trey Tunes earlier, and I was like, I promise nobody on the Patriots cares who what color skin Tom Brady has. He's a gamer. We all just want a gamer, but there is things bigger than football that are also important. And I'm just saying that also has a big element to this. And part of the reason there's so much excitement, it's mainly because of his talent. None of that talk that I'm talking about is trying to take away from the obvious reason you draft him at 11. And that's because he's a big time player that makes big time plays. Ryan Pace saying in the presser last night, I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, he's played in the biggest games on the biggest stage. Oh, you learned from your lesson, huh? You didn't pass on the guy that was playing in national championships this time. And I'm glad he's learning, Phil. He finally is learning, and hopefully Nagy's learning too.
Yeah, you gotta hope he is. those of you learning about our network tonight, right there, AS is asking right there, www.greg, thetapeneverlies.com. You become a patron member. You get extra in-depth analysis to go along with game studies, coaches clinic. We have a draft mob. Me, Shane, and Berlissimo on Sunday will be breaking down all of the draft picks. We'll start with Justin Fields, obviously. I will release the DDP Justin Fields tape and get that stuff going in regards to what it is that you're going to see in the way that I do. And I want to play a little bit, go back for those of you just checking in. This is the kind of stuff that the patrons get. And this is me
What's up,
breaking
guys? It's your
down
boy Draft Dr. Phil with
Tevin
the technical
Jenkins.
difficulties of X's with the O's. I wanted to sit here and break down Tevin Jenkins for you. And I got to tell you, this guy, spoiler alert, is probably my favorite offensive tackle behind Panay and Slater. So at 20, if this guy's there, this is an upgrade. Look at the feet and the body and the strength at the point of attack that you're getting here from this young man from Oklahoma State. This guy has a lot of power at the point of attack. Here on a 3-step drop, obviously he gets the chip to help him, but you could see the footwork. Now this is a big man at 6'6" and 3/4, 327 pounds. I gotta be honest, he looks like 335 pounds, and really, we're talking about control, power at the point of attack. Here, who started this on the show with my dad, and this is a big man, and look at him release underneath and then hustle. He gets a piece of the defensive back there. I mean, when I saw this, I got out of my seat, because this is the kind of effort and athleticism that you don't expect from this kind of big man. And listen, the Chicago Bears tried to get Trent Williams out. So that's really what you're going to be getting in regards to that kind of stuff. I got more stuff that we could share from Draft Mob. I'm just going to get that ready, Shane. You had something to say?
Jalen Mayfield just went to the Atlanta Falcons, Phil, but we have a guy in the green room that we should bring on.
All right, bring him on. I'm just getting something else ready here.
Who's this guy?
Is this the guy that shut down the whole show? Thanks.
I fucked up.
Oh
I'm sorry.
Finally, someone that's the village idiot. That's not me.
You gave Sharia a heart attack.
Sharia was not your fault. I'm sorry.
Can you do it in the shower? It wasn't me. Sharia was like,
we'll never forget. We were so excited.
Oh my
crazy.
God.
And then I think it was Sierra's like, yo, we're not live. And I'm like, oh shit. The little thumbs up
now,
thing
is
came
that
up.
still on our YouTube channel, the original? I hope we don't.
It is.
That.
Yeah.
Oh, because I would kill you, Steven. Because my reaction is priceless.
It's all there. It's all there. Because I was driving down the highway and I'm watching the live stream and I'm like, holy fuck, they're doing it again. And then I saw it was Tevin Jenkins and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is beautiful. Yesterday was great, but today, like, this is just a cherry on top.
Right.
Man, I'm sorry. My excitement got the best of me. I don't know what the fuck I did, but something happened and yeah.
Well, it all worked out.
All good.
You were able to get the best offensive tackle, man. I mean, you know how much I love. That was a guy in your mock draft that we did over at Chi City that we wanted. And Nate,
first round.
Yeah, Nate stole him at 19 with the Washington football team. And me and Shane were pissed off. We ended up taking Kwity Paye, who ended up going 19 to Indianapolis? 21 to Indianapolis.
Pick after our original,
Yeah, so you look at that. I mean, we've been on this coverage, and honestly,
the emotion that I have tonight, I have never experienced on a draft day. I remember being excited about Curtis Conway, really excited about. That was the last time I really felt what I felt. Last night was like winning the Super Bowl. You got to the point where you were like, holy shit, we got an Adonis. We got that Russell Wilson energy that's going to walk out of the fucking tunnel. And we're not reading body language. No more body language, because we know this guy's got it in his hands. And that's the kind of offensive tackle we got. I mean, the first question, he's like, I'm just going to take people and put them into the dirt, and then I'm going to push them harder into the dirt. And that's what shows up on tape, though, too. He's not just speaking it, like giving himself a B+ grade, like a certain left tackle in Chicago.
Phil,
he's actually be doing it. Yes.
Logan has a question here, and I think maybe
that's a good question.
Steve, we should probably do that.
Here to shut the show down again.
Steven, can you put your hands up in there while you're talking?
I'm gonna put way up here, and if anything goes wrong, guess what? I'm not doing shit. Okay. So for those of you who didn't watch, and if you weren't watching last night, shame on you. We gave away what turned out to be, which we didn't expect at the beginning of the night, a Justin Fields Bears jersey, just for subscribing to the Tape Never Lies Network and Shy City Sports YouTube pages. You could enter to win a Justin Fields Bears jersey, and we have a winner, who I believe, according to both Shane and Phil, is actually a Patreon subscriber. Is this correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Dan Schwella, I believe, is how you pronounce the last name, but he is the spelling is SWEHLA is the last name. So
SWEHLA. Can you type that in there, Cherie, and drop it on the scrolling banner? Dan.
Well, it better not
Schwella.
be the Dan that was in the chat saying I'm annoying. Don't give it to him.
Oh, I'm giving it to him.
She don't give him two.
Our cousin.
That's your door prize for walking in and
I
saying
was like,
that.
shit. I read that. I was like, they're on to me. Shit.
Uh-oh.
Look what we got here. Big Steve Edwards. Steve, we've given away a Justin Fields.
Oh, there he is.
jersey.
He's in the chat.
There he is.
All right, there we
Dan
go.
Schwella. He's a Swella kind of fella, and
We
he's
will
getting
be
that.
reaching out to you, Dan. So keep an eye on your email. We'll be getting you all set up, and congratulations, starting off the Fields era with a brand new jersey headed your way.
And he is a patron subscriber. Dan Schwella, congratulations, Dan. Thank you for your subscription and support at what we do here at this network. I got to shout out my wife. She was the one who said, Phil, your film study is the gold. Fuck everything else. You're great with music. You're great talk or whatever. But the film, the tape never lies. And that's where we are. And that has introduced me to all these people. And this guy right here would watch my film study, right, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
And you'd be like, this motherfucker is breaking that shit down. And there is a problem here. And what do you think, Steve? Did they solve a big problem tonight with Tevin Jenkins?
Well, you're the one who put me on to him. You sent me that footage, that film on the guy, and I was like, the thing, real quick, it's been tough for me to follow because no combine. I haven't been able to. You get to, you sit there and watch combines all weekend, all day. You get to learn about these guys individually. So it was hard for me to keep up with guys. So it was great that you would send me some stuff, and specifically this guy Jenkins. So I watched that film, and I was absolutely sold on the guy. His nastiness. He can move for being 6'6", 317, moves really fluently, climbing up to the second level. He's going to be chasing DBs down and finishing cats, and nasty, and that and that's a Juan Castillo player right there.
Yeah,
from what
exactly.
Let me tell you about Juan Castillo.
We lost him.
I'll tell you what.
Damn it, Steven.
It's Steven.
I'll tell you what. George,
damn it.
I'm not going to put this on Steven. I really think George McCaskey needs to help out all the former alumni of the Bears and get them all better service.
Internet.
Across the board, Rashid.
I don't want to even jinx my internet. The fact that Steve mentioned this word, Gustavo, nasty, 6'6", he's wrong. He's over 317. He is a big, brawly, freaking load coming at you. And Steve, we lost you on your internet there. We're calling Ted Phillips to upgrade every alumni's internet. Greg is making that move.
You know what? I think they're like Comcast has a sponsorship with the Bears somehow. I think it's Finity. What the heck is going on here, man? I paid like top dollar for this crap. But
trust me, I get it, man. Nobody has. Maybe Shane's the only one who hasn't had any internet issues.
I did early on, but then I got it rectified.
I love this software from StreamYard because it is obviously very simple, as Tooch would say. You know, it's not complex, but it is beautiful. As someone, Steven could speak on OBS and the complexities to get to this level of what you're seeing. I mean, Steven did all this draft background stuff and made the show up to my standard. And I know I'm Steven, I need a PNG. Steven, can you do this? And he's always stepping up to that. I did shout you out last night, Steven, for all your hard work. But other Steve, big Steve, you were saying this guy's nasty. And let me tell you about Juan Castillo. That's what the fans want to hear.
Juan preached to us when we got the Eagles, this nastiness, toughness. Like they were, he showed a highlight film of these guys. Like Hank Fraley was the center, undrafted guy. They all were like this, jumping over the pile, finishing guys. And that's what he preaches. And he's starting, this guy will be the centerpiece of what Juan Castillo wants, and he will be the centerpiece of what the Bears are going to be offensive line moving forward. And that's something we missed. I was listening to you guys earlier. You called him the Olin Crusoe of the tackles. And that's absolutely right. And it doesn't matter where it's at. Usually you look at the center spot, but it could be at your tackle spot. And this guy's going to bring that. And I mean, I saw that work, and I just couldn't believe that they popped it off. I remember we talked about it. Do they trade up to get this guy? And they made it happen, man. And I mean, these are two cornerstone pieces. I know everybody's like, oh, what about this year? I was like, I mean, I don't know what this year is going to bring. Right. All I know, moving forward, you got your left tackle or wherever you want to put them, and you got your quarterback, and those are building blocks of your franchise moving forward. You have just answered those, and it is so weird to say with the Bears like that we made a smart move like that. We're going for it, and moving forward, now you can focus on building around that, getting that salary cap. We'll see what this year happens. We don't know what it's a crapshoot. Were we expecting to win the Super Bowl? I don't know. We flash in the pan. We don't know, but I'm looking at the future. I'm looking at moving forward 2 to 3 years where we're going to start looking like when these start, Fields and this guy start getting on the field and just being staples for what the Bears offense is going to look like for years to come.
You know what? To piggyback off of you, we always talk about offensively, especially here, because, a lot of fans are learning the game like Greg was, but Greg is one of those guys that admits that shit. A lot of people say they know. They go, I know. Charles is fine. He's fine. He's average, Steve. You and I would laugh at that shit because your expectation is better than average. If your goal is average, then you're a fucking blog boy. If your goal, I saw Jonathan Wood's tweet. Shane texted it to me.
former colleague of mine. He doesn't understand or comprehend anything about football. In that one tweet, you're misleading your whole audience, because if you say Charles Leno is adequate, you don't know shit about offensive line play. Talk about that, Steve. Really speak on, because I know you get fired up like I do, but you're more of a gentle approach to this. But you got to keep it 100 here. Charles Leno is a liability. Let's keep it 100 here.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting how they're going to move forward. That's the next part with Charles Leno and how they brought in the right tackle, another tackle. So I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be able to move forward from him, but if you have him on the field, do you want him on the field the same time as Justin Fields is on the field? Absolutely not. And if you think you could pair him up with Justin Fields on the Saints, you can throw Andy Dalton. I don't want to say that, but I want to see Andy Dalton and see what he got for this year as the bridge guy. But I don't want him nowhere near Justin Fields. He is absolutely a liability. He's had his opportunities, man. He's a Dan Warriors speed bump, equals, I don't know, piece of shit. I just want the guy done. I'm done. And this move should solidify that move and moving forward. Hopefully that's what this means, but we'll just have to see how this pans out. Do they keep Charles Leno, put that guy right? I don't want to see that.
Talk about that. That's where Cars and Shane got me so fired up. This kid, you saw the tape I broke down. I'm going to release it tonight on our YouTube channel, the Jenkins tape. Can he, in your opinion, you've played this game at the highest of level, can he play left tackle? I don't know if you saw when we put his interview up, and he freaking scolded the media. I loved it because he's a football person. He goes, "No, it's just I play everybody. I'm even snapping the ball." He said, "He's like, it's just switching my feet, and I've played left tackle before."
Yeah, it's switching your feet and repetition. If you tell the guy he's going to be a left tackle, so okay, John Tate was a right tackle. They paid John Tate to be the left tackle. He played right guard. He came in playing right guard. They paid John Tate to be the left tackle. Now, John Tate wanted to stay on the right side. It was something about his hips, and he needed time. So that first year, I can't remember everything, but I remember all the ones that happy. Everybody was like, "Man, dude, we need you at left, like not at right." We have other options at right tackle. We need you. We are paying you to be the left tackle. Eventually, he realized, and it was something with his hips. He was saying like he was having some hip problems, but whatever he did that off season, between his first year and the second year he was there, he flipped it. He got it together. And this is a guy who was already a veteran. I guess another reason he probably didn't want to move, because he had played right tackle with Kansas City most of his career. So this is a young kid who's still young. Flip those hips to the left side and get the rep in them. And it's repetition, drilling. And that's what Juan is all about. And start developing this guy. He has the tools. It's not that hard. And he has the athletic ability. From what I've seen on film, he's fully capable of making that switch. And he has never played a snap at left tackle. He will be 10 times better than Charles Leno.
That's all I gotta say. I love the Chipotle Charlie now. It just writes itself. I know Greg had him on his show, wants to defend himself. Shane, he took offense to us joking about
this
him.
Is where that me comes out.
No. I just have a different approach, Big Steve, than Phil's, sharpened blade that he turns in your side as he's setting you up. And yeah, of course I had Charles on, and he was sitting there talking about, Don't play the whole damn thing. It's long as fuck. But he did. He called out the run game and said they needed to run the ball more, and they did. Angel Bernard. So I don't forget. And hey, you know what? And yes, Leno has been gracious with his time. So, and I'm not as a hardline critic as Phil. There's no question about that. I'm not gonna overstep my bounds because he was just saying, I'm a fan in the stands. So I only get smarter with the more makers and cokes I'm drinking in the stand. Then I become a genius head coach that you hear me yelling from the stands. But I don't know anything enough about the game to speak with the kind of confidence that Phil or Shane can, who break down the tape on a weekly basis. Now, competition, of course, that I want to see the best players at each position. And when you move up like they did here to get Tevin Jenkins, and you have Justin Fields here, you get him to be your blindside tackle. You know, I mean, it's important. That's the most important position outside of the quarterback position for a football team. And if you can have those two go forward for the rest of their careers here in the city of Chicago, that's the ideal situation. No, so there, as much as I am a fan of all players that play for the Chicago Bears, good or bad, thank you very much, I want the best of the best there. And if you're a true competitor, you're willing to take on that challenge 100%.
Let me say this. All right. Finally, there's somebody in the media that I absolutely love, and that's David Kaplan, who I heard him today going back at Keyshawn Johnson, who's trying to write his own narrative about Justin Fields and Matt Nagy. And then Cap just destroyed him. If you didn't hear it, it was great. And then Cap says the biggest position of need is offensive tackle. And what did the Bears do? They went out and tried to get Trent Williams. It wasn't for show. Trent Williams, where does he play, Steve? Left tackle. Left tackle. What does this guy, Trent Williams, bring? An attitude, an edge. He's burly. He's big. He's getting those cutoff blocks, and he's driving fucking dudes down the line of scrimmage. You have an elite running back. Now you put Tevin Jenkins in there. Steve and I, me, you, and my father breaking down tape on our Patreon channel, watching Charles Leno fall down, and David Montgomery suffering because guys like Nick Biting are sitting there saying, he can't read a hole. And then I prove it every fucking time that he's reading a hole. He's breaking a tackle. He's hurdling somebody. He's carrying two dudes for 5 yards. It's only 5. It was 2nd and 15. He got us back. It's 3rd and 10 now. And it goes missed. But when I sit and watch the tape, that's what this network brings. No narratives. No narratives. Put that fucking tweet up by Jonathan Wood. You want to see a narrative? Now they're solid everywhere with Leno. They're going to put this guy in the right. That's the wrong way you attack football. You put him at the left tackle. You open the competition up, and you just made Justin Fields, Andy Dalton, and your number one offensive player on the football team, David Montgomery, better because you got Tevin Jenkins. And for that reason, Juan Castillo probably stood on the fucking table and did what he did, because that's what I would do. Until Lemuel's giving us credit here at this network, they know, they hear it. I know Steve, you said the same thing. They're fucking listening to you guys because we're going to hold you accountable. Put football first, Ted. Stop putting business first. I don't give a fuck what you paid Charles Leno. If he ain't going out there to play, it's great for a quote for Greg. I want to run the ball. When you're quoting and your number one quarterback has a deal with Chipotle or whatever, and that's your fucking, I got your back. I got your back, number one. That's what it should be, not Chipotle.
Yeah, I seen that today. That was something that's silly. That just goes to this, like, the silliness. I mean, if you were balling and doing this stuff, I wouldn't have nothing to say. If you was just out there dominating, I'm like, hey, yeah, Chipotle, dude. When you're out there flopping and flailing and getting bull rushed on your back and have no lower body, like you don't even lift in the off season, man. I mean, I don't want to hear that. Like, oh, hey, man, cool. They need to cut him. He's too secure. He thinks he's all good, man. He thinks he's. If I had looked at my film and saw how terrible I played, I wouldn't be saying shit. I would just be sitting there up in Arizona somewhere, working my ass off, like trying to prove to everybody this dude has a comfort level that is very uncomfortable for me.
So let me throw some interesting numbers, Steve. You talk about just a release. You know, the Bears are very up against it right now. I mean, I think that at this point they still have to clear about $3.5 million just to sign this rookie class that they'll be bringing in. Charles Leno, if you do a pre-June 1st release, you're saving $6.2 million.
Oh, done deal.
If you do it post June 1st, which is obviously after, you're saving $9 million.
Oh.
And here's where it gets interesting is they gave
pause there for, and I don't know this either. Can you do a post now? Can you just define it as this is our post
with a release? You can designate it that way. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was,
because that's where the difference is. People were saying that Julio was going to be traded for a draft pick for this draft. You can't designate a trade post June 1st if you want, and then use I guess technically they could if you kept it hush hush and say they traded Julio to whomever to Chicago.
It's like the Stafford trade where it couldn't go through until the start of the new year.
Right.
But there's still going to be
you would have to be
reported.
Those draft picks you would have to be drafting for the team where he's going. But where it gets interesting is, don't forget, the Bears invested. They gave Jermaine Ifedi a raise.
Yeah, they gave him
to bring him back. So, and now they went after Trent Williams. That didn't work out, but now they made another large investment to go get another offensive tackle. So there's some writing on the wall here.
Shane, who's that right tackle we picked up?
Jermaine Ifedi?
No, not it's another guy we signed.
Oh, the kid from Denver.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Elijah Alexander.
Is he a swing tackle or is he just a right
Wilkinson,
tackle?
Elijah Wilkinson.
Yeah, he's played all over. He's played inside, outside.
He's more of a right tackle than a left tackle.
Can he be a swing guy?
He can be a swing. He can go to left in a pinch.
Okay, so I'm just thinking
that's a good point, Steve.
If you release, it's Leno, who you always got to have that swing guy. You always got to have that guy.
That's your swing.
Yep.
Yeah, and
if they release Leno and save $9 million,
well, I'm not saying that they're going to release him because listen,
who's better, Ifedi or Leno?
Just let me finish this point because it's critical.
Yeah.
You see that the way that these offensive linemen have been coming off the board tonight.
Yeah.
You're going to see a team that gets left out in the cold that says, hey, we can flip this to Chicago for Charles Leno. Maybe it's going to be Charles Leno and something for an upgraded pick coming back. I mean, you're not going to, don't think that it's going to be, I'm just saying there's something at work here.
5th round pick I take for Leno every day, all day.
Take a 7th for hell.
I would take a 6th.
But I mean, but I think it's almost a done deal that he's going to be a post release or trade though, because if you go into this and you release or trade him before the first, you're really only saving 1.2 million because it carries a 5 million dead cap hit. Afterwards, what you're looking at is a cap savings of 9 million, but a dead cap of 2.2 with a trade or release. So you're looking at a little under 7 million. If
that's
you
the
wait
way
until 6-1.
Don't put shitty comments up on the screen. Yeah, it's fucking stupid, Swanky.
I drove 6 hours.
Well, and I also think you'd wait
knows how to get it.
I also think you'd wait to cut a guy like Leno because you want to make sure that the kid is ready to take on the left tackle position. I admire hearing that he's saying I'm training to become a left tackle because right tackle is easy for me. That shows his work ethic and determination to be great. But is he truly ready? And I know Phil is ready to replace him with me. So, that to Phil doesn't matter. But maybe for the team, they want some assurances that he is truly ready and they don't want to rush him into that position where his head is spinning, trying to keep up with the big leagues, right away. So it'll be interesting to see, but I agree. Are they going to do a presser, an official presser like they did with Justin today, where Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace will sit up there where a media member can ask specifically what side of the aisle they intend them to be on?
I don't know if they do that for a second rounder. They will probably have some kind of pressure about them, but the go on that point about trying to see, if he, taking a look at this guy and getting him on the field, you really don't have too much opportunity. Maybe OTAs, mini camp, maybe that'll be the opportunity.
Mini camps in 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, that'll be the opportunity. You're not the true look is training camp when you get a little more contact. But if you're at that point and Leno's still with you, you're risking injury. You're risking all kinds of little stuff happening. If you got a guy like that in training camp, where the risk are a little higher for injuries, and so I guess if you wanted to get a look at the guy, it would have to be in rookie mini camp.
Lost me. But to the point, just to extend on this, Leno is going to be an unrestricted free agent in 2022. So this is his final year. They signed Jermaine Ifedi to it's 1 year, 4.25, and they guaranteed about half of that, about 50% of that. So technically, Ifedi, they could put him on the chopping block, but the difference there is he gives you positional versatility because he can play inside and outside. Exactly. Where I don't think you're going to have that benefit with Charles Leno, and I think Charles Leno is not even a guy that you're ever even going to try over on the right side at any point. And clearly, I think that this could be a precursor to something going down here.
Thank you. This draft is already amazing, and that would be even more amazing because they're doing exactly what Shane calms me down and says they're drafting football players, they're getting it right, and they're listening to us because you got to have accountability. Steve has spoken to me in regards to Coach Juan Castillo because my father and I just came to the conclusion that these guys fundamentally weren't being taught. And Steve's like, hold up. No, I know Coach Castillo teach fundamentals and he holds this. So it became a question, is Matt Nagy. Now he fired Harry Heastand, it's not the best offensive line coach with reputation around the league. Then I don't know who is. So the reality of that throws up a red flag for me. Now we get to see what we got in this football player. I'm just texting Austin Carter Samuels. He's looking for the link. So I'm going to text him the link. He is the quarterback guru. And he's going to come on and talk a little bit about Justin Fields. Claudio, I got to give a lot of credit for, who's been able to help me with what's up.
It's Charles Leno's wife. She's pissed.
I'm starting to see Leno's wife is friends, like mutual friends with people I know on Facebook. I'm like, oh snap! I've been murdering this guy on keeping it 100. I ain't worried about that shit.
Speaking of quarterbacks coaches, I did have an opportunity to listen to Ron Veal, the quarterbacks coach from Quarterback Collective, and he coached Justin Fields, and he was talking about some of the different intangibles he has and his intelligence. And I encourage anyone to go back and listen to that. I actually reached out to him on Twitter earlier to see if he'd come on tonight's show. Cause to me, I think, you guys, with the quarterbacks coaches that you guys already bring on here and everybody else, I think he'd be right up your alley.
Oh, I was waiting I'm not used to being able to talk here. I thought I wasn't paying attention. I thought Phil was going.
This is it. Although you got my big mouth on here. So
yeah, no, it's just, I think it's very interesting because you know how finances come into play. And I know I'm going off here a little bit, but they have to do something here to sort this out. And Ryan Cox sent a tweet or a text to me too while we were talking about this is the Bears, just because they invested in some later round guys last year, don't dismiss those guys. Arlington Hambright, they drafted Lachavious Simmons. Those are young, cheap alternatives when you're moving away from a veteran that can save you $9 million, Stephen. Like, when you're saying a post June 1st release or trade, and I'm not going to be surprised at all at this point if that's something that they're doing.
Yeah, not at all. I mean,
the cookie crumbs are there.
Listen, we got a young, talented halfback / quarterback who had his dream come true last night. Before he went to bed, he said, please get Mac Jones or Justin Fields. This morning, he ran down the hallway, jumped in my arms with Justin Fields. Do you want to talk about why you're so excited about Justin Fields, Tate?
Hands, everybody.
Huh?
No one.
Just the idea. Just the idea that you're
shy.
Devin would do it. Devin would do it.
Just the idea that your offspring, Phil, is shy. I just can't.
He's normally not shy. He was ready. His mom came down here and he was so ready to talk about Justin Fields and the excitement. Steve, I mean, kids around the world that have been Bears fans now. We saw last night that video that we shared. I don't know if you saw it. One of our patrons' grandsons is watching. Did you get to see that?
It's good.
No, I didn't get to see that.
All right, let me pull that up real quick. Let's watch this real quick. My son wants to stay down here and listen. Maybe he'll join. Here we go. Guys, this is what happened last night. Tom Bowen's son.
All right, this is it.
Come on, Carlos.
Are you recording or what are you doing right now? Oh my god.
That's great, man.
Oh my god, too much.
So there you go.
See, he had a good reaction. He didn't shut the broadcast off, Stephen.
That was really great. It's just genuine, man. You gotta
exactly. It's genuine. I really feel like I said it. Shane has said it for years. It's grown man's Christmas, but now it's extended further. And Justin Fields should be applauded. You'd be supported. Upwards and onwards. We need to go as positive as we can. We have to talk about the bullshit. Greg, speaking as a white dude, talking about that bullshit that has been here, and it's haunted people like Steve. I'm not going to make Steve talk about it. Steve talked about it that night. The reality is there is truth to that. And if you're ignorant to that, Carr spoke about it. I've spoken about it. Cherie has felt it. The reality is that
That stigma's gone. Kenneth Davis talked about it. The black quarterback. Now, Chicago, the city, everybody needs to applaud. If this kid goes to the fucking hockey game, you need to go embrace this kid. Let him know he is supported. And that's my keeping it 100 task to all of you that love this network. Even if you have your doubts, push your doubts aside. There's doubts with everything. Greg talked about it. We're all wondering what Nagy's going to do. We're all wondering, are they going to make the right move, put Jenkins at left tackle, cut Leno, save that money post-cut? All of this stuff makes sense. I've never been so excited in my life in regards to where this team is going with their football team. So here we are again. Cars, how excited are you, bro?
Dude,
I got your text, but I want you to share with the audience.
Well, I think you had to see too, right? Like I'm trying to call from the car. My wife and my sister.
At least we didn't shut the show down from your car.
Right.
Yeah.
You missed that part. If you look up top, the Shy City representative, Steven Johnson.
Oh, yeah. Very nice of him. That's a pretty nice move.
Yeah, he dumped a gallon of ice cream on the plugs and shut everything down.
That son of a bitch. No, like, look, if you get a guy who is a top 5 pick at number 11, and then you go get a guy who is I didn't even think was going to be at our pick at 20 in the first round, and you go get him at 39.
God. Yep.
Like,
amazing.
I texted you guys. The worst nightmare for me was that we were going to go Christian Darrisaw and draft Kellen Mond in round 2, and that's what Minnesota did. And now, like, I've been watching clips of Tevin Jenkins just like manhandle people so angrily, right? Like, I always think of Cat and Olin, right? Like, just two nasty guys that. If there was a fight and those two guys walked up, like the rest of the defense is like, "Hey, my bad, I'm out. Let's step away." You've got that guy. You've got a natural leader and an angry guy in the offensive line. I can't. If they get fired, I texted you this, guys. If those guys get fired because it doesn't work, these guys are throwing absolute haymakers in the 12th round. And if you're going down, like you're taking heavyweight swings, and this is the most exciting day.
They deserve credit for recoiling, or as Greg has taught me, course correcting their stigma of let's draft potential, not football players.
These are complete football players.
These are football players. Speaking of football players, our guy, my boy, Austin Carter Samuel is coming on the show, the QB genius, I call him.
Oh, man.
Locked on. What's up, Carter? Samuels, Austin, how you doing tonight? I know we were having trouble getting you on the show. I thank you for taking some time out here. Jump on the network. We're over 413 now, strong. Still go. We don't even have a pick. We're all done.
Doesn't matter. We're getting another one. We're trading up again. Let's go do it.
Let me introduce you to what is this? The panel, we'll call it. Big Steve Edwards, former offensive tackle, offensive guard for the Chicago Bears.
Oh.
We got Shane, the smartest man that you've met on Draft Mob. We got Steve, shut down the show Johnson.
Literally. A shutdown corner, not a shut down the show guy.
Cars, Bears.
Do I hit this red button or what do I do?
And we got our boy Greg Braggs. Braggs in the stands every week, bringing it from the outfield to the infield. Every angle, Greg has you covered. Speaking of covered, can you talk to us? Talk to our fans. What are we getting here in Chicago and Justin Fields? You work with all of these prospects. What are we getting in Justin Fields?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on, man. I'll tell you, I've been on Chicago radio and Chicago podcasts and a couple of these deals now about 6 or 7 times, and this is by far the most excited I've been to be on one. With the events of what you guys have going on, and God, how about that pick, man? That was exciting. I was utterly shocked, man. I was laughing with my buddies because I almost stopped watching like the first draft, or the first round, at least stopped paying attention right after Mac Jones got picked, because so much shit had gone down in those first 15 picks, and stuff that I didn't necessarily anticipate that also like changed the narrative of what I had thought pre-draft. But for you guys, man, in Chicago, I'm fired up for you guys. I got a lot to say about it, but I actually think the fit is great. I think it's great, and I think there's a lot of reasons for it that I'm sure you will roast me on, but I want to flow with you guys, man. So let's be pointed and freaking get what you need out of me for sure. And I'll definitely give you the polarizing takes on it, because I'm not gonna adapt what I say to the audience that I'm talking to. I'll speak truth. So let's roll.
Well, started off with Justin Fields. The Bears move up. They get Justin Fields. This is the new face of our franchise. And everything going on in my house right now is crazy. I have so much going on family-wise. Kids up past their bedtime. Ex-wife drops off child on their visit. It's all going down here. But talk about Justin Fields, the football player, the leader, as he takes over this franchise.
Yeah, hell yeah. Right. Yeah. So I personally believe that this was the quarterback for the Chicago Bears. And there's a lot of reasons why I feel that way. I'll get into them, but I think, you guys know it better than anybody that Chicago has been ridden with basically just a toxic quarterback culture for a very long time now. And
forever. You can say it.
Hey, I didn't want to disrespect anybody that was hanging in the weeds, but let's go ahead and say that. And so when a narrative is that, go ahead and say screwed up, when it's that bad, okay, there's no hope, obviously, within the organization. And I think, with the Andy Dalton acquisition and where you guys were at, I think that was really the biggest complaint. It's like, it's one thing to suck. It's another to feel like we're lifeless and we already know what is going to happen in this upcoming football season. So I think all of that being said, why I think it's such a good fit is because when you look at Justin Fields, there's a couple of things that stand out to me. The first, as it pertains to the Chicago Bears, is he has that magic presence. He has that leadership. He has that charisma. He's been on that, platform since he was 16, and he's answered the bell at every juncture. So nothing from a professionalism standpoint or the moment being too big or you guys ripping his ass is going to be too much for him. Yep. Like, he's going to be all right with that. And I think that's what makes it a great fit on that end. Okay. I think you guys are a cold weather division. You guys played cold weather games all the time. I think the Justin Fields skill set is one that has to rely on his legs. So it's not that he's a shitty passer, but what I've talked about with people is you really do want him to look more like Cam Newton. He's a better thrower, but more like Cam Newton with the Panthers when everything got started. Like, that's what you want Justin Fields to look like for the Bears. And I think after what a shit show it's been over the last few years at the quarterback position, you don't need a messiah to come in there and throw the ball 60 times a game and go win you a Super Bowl. You guys have a hell of a defense. You guys have a hell of a roster for the most part. And so as you piece this thing together, Justin Fields fills the holes that the Bears have across the board in every way. In, dare I say, a better way than any of the other four guys. I'm serious. Any of the other four guys. You could potentially say Trevor Lawrence, but that was, a different deal, obviously. But within those other three, like, to me, Justin Fields by far is the most dependable and reliable, just in terms of what you're going to get from him. Like, this guy's an alpha dog. He's a leader, obviously, but then just physically, he has, I played Jadeveon Clowney and a couple of those guys in the SEC that when I saw them out on the field, I was like, this fucking guy's built different, dude. This is different. And Justin Fields is different. Like, that's what he is. He's going to walk into that locker room. Not only is his presence going to command the locker room, but he also, in crisis, is going to have a presence to him. You look at his career, he really played better when his ass was on the line and when things were difficult. And so I think that's something that for him, he's seasoned. lowest floor out of the group. And my big concerns with him going into the draft, it wasn't intelligence, it wasn't leadership, it wasn't all the stuff that we all look at the quarterback position. It was actually one of the main ones, which is throwing the football. But in the throwing the football world, the Chicago Bears are not an offense that relies on ball out, timing, RPO, spreading the field horizontally. Let's spread this thing out. They're going to manage the game to a certain extent. They're going to manage the game. And in that, they're going to ask their quarterback not to have to go do everything for them. Within that, that fits and complements Justin Fields' skill set extremely well. And so basically what I'm saying is the reason I didn't love Justin and we're talking like love him in the first 3 picks of the draft, was simply because I think he has a delayed timing mechanism in the way that he throws the ball because he's so rotational up top. His weight doesn't get down, and 3D QB, who's trained him for the draft, has helped him with that. So he's evolving as a passer. But what I was really worried about was him getting drafted 1, 2, or 3 and having to go play in an organization where you have to go win games on your own. And in Chicago, he's going to have support. So instead, he doesn't have to go win that game on his own. He has to go manage the game, play well, and lead his team, which is basically his MO as a quarterback to this point. So in my opinion, it's just a really good fit for you guys. And I spoke unfiltered on here, the other day and talked about what a shit show your guys' situation was. And to me, this was the only life raft that could have saved you. And it's not even a life raft. It is now. It's hope. It's hope. Yeah. In an organization where at that position, it's just been, you already know it. You already know it. You already know what this is going to look like. You know how this story is going to go. And that's why the Andy Dalton thing was so depressing, is I was just like, what does that do? What does that do?
How do you know what's the right developmental path for him? Or is that something that needs to be laid out as we go through the offseason? Because, everyone compares the Mahomes situation waiting a year, but then you can also compare Russell Wilson to how he jumped right on the scene. And we all saw how it all unfolded with Mitch here. And obviously this guy is a higher pedigree of talent, a higher IQ. We referenced his aptitude test earlier.
Yep.
How fast do you think he should be out there? Do you believe he should wait a little bit before he is given the reins?
No, give him the shit now. He should be the starting quarterback of the Chicago Bears in game 1. And the reason is because Justin Fields is a guy who's going to continue to evolve as a passer and continue to get better so long as he doesn't have to go throw it 60 times a game. That's a completely different situation. So the Chicago Bears are good enough and are known as a defensive football team in a cold weather division that they don't need that from him. That was my major concern with him. If he had to go in somewhere and win a game by himself and throw it 50 times, that's when you get that pissing in the wind feeling as a quarterback where you don't know which way's up and everything just starts to suck. And trust me, I felt it. It's shitty. Okay. And for him, like what I see is that he's going to be able to take the game in stride. So he's going to be able to evolve as a passer naturally. He's going to be able to evolve as a player naturally. And within that organization, the same hope that you guys feel and that all the fans that are listening feel, like that same hope is how that fucking locker room feels right now. Like that's how that locker room feels. So you guys tell me, who do you want? The Red Rocket walking out there who's classic 7-9, 6 and fucking 10? Or do you want the guy who's won at every level, performed at every level, and also just gives us this shot in the arm of like, shit, we can go beat anybody out there now. Like that.
We haven't had that.
We went through that with, to a lesser extent of the pedigree of talent with Mitch. They put Mike Glennon out there and it was a waste of time, but then you could argue with just how his development fell apart. But again, this is a higher echelon of talent coming from Ohio State. This would be like drafting Deshaun Watson and having him sit a year. So I agree. I want him to be ready right away because I want to be excited week 1 to go to the game. Andy Dalton doesn't move the needle for me, but at least, if that's what they so choose, I'm not going to, and I really hope fans do too, as Big Steve was saying earlier, this is about the totality of the future and not just next year. As excited as I am for week 1 and the prospects of them being a really good team next year, it is the bigger picture. So it's like one of the biggest decisions, that and what he's going to do with Tevin Jenkins, the left or right side, as far as the 2 biggest decisions Matt Nagy has to make going into the season.
100%. How about this too, is like when you look at the sitting a year situation across the NFL and everybody's enamored by, if we sit him a year, he's going to be great. Look at Steve Young and look at Aaron Rodgers and look at Steve Young, look at Aaron Rodgers and look at Patrick Mahomes' organization, their coach and their players. Like those situations when they walked in were fucking set up for success. Yeah. So that's the thing with Justin Fields, where it's like, do we play him? Do we not? Do we play him? Again, as long as he doesn't have to go win the game with his arm 60 times a game on the field, as long as you guys have some balance, which is your MO as a defensive football team in general, like that puts him in a situation where he's going to be successful, or at least puts him in the most optimal place in order to be successful. But at the end of the day, the play early, play late thing comes down to maturity. And that dude checks the maturity box. He checks the intelligent box. Yep. He checks all those boxes. So you have all that in place. The real concern is over the long haul, how you guys take care of him, what you put around him, and the plays that you call throughout the season, and what you guys want this offense to look like, with obviously a completely different skill set at quarterback than that guy that you've had for the last few years.
Let me ask you this. Go back. You work with young, talented quarterbacks. You build them, groom them, you go through mechanics with them. This kid, Justin Fields, was the number 1 quarterback, that stigma attached to him all throughout his life, basically.
Yeah.
How much do you think that is either something like a Ron Paulus that Carr's brought up on draft night that crumble under that, and Jimmy Clausen? Granted, Jimmy made it to the league, but you saw he was defined as something with a narrative. How much pressure does that kid have to carry as he moves from Georgia to Ohio State, wins at Ohio State, and I just see the electricity on tape, that confidence, that air that you see a Russell Wilson carry himself with, a Deshaun Watson carry. You have been around quarterbacks your whole life.
Yeah.
Am I speaking that this kid has that quality that goes beyond tape, that goes beyond the fundamentals, and it's just somebody that's going to be a winner?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can say that it might be a little bit of a reach. It might be a little bit too much, but like, I agree with what you're saying in premise. I think the way that I would say it is just, that's the last thing I'm concerned about with him. Like, he's answered the bell professionally at every step. The pressure has never been too big for Justin Fields. His 2 shitty games on tape last year was against Northwestern and Indiana. Like, those aren't the 2 biggest games of the season. His best game on tape was probably against Clemson in the biggest game of the season. So, like, in terms of his makeup, which is such a big part of this position nowadays, and what I pay so much attention to in youth development is like, does this fucking kid have a sense of self? Does he know who he is? Does he get lost in his own emotions at times? And as I'm saying these things, you guys are probably thinking about the guy that you just had. Like, and that's
100%.
And you should. So you get lost in that, and to try to find your way out of the dark in those situations is fucking brutal. And in the NFL, it's damn near impossible. So for that guy, like, I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about pure physical execution as a passer. And as long as he's able to continue to evolve in that realm, he'll be good. And that's why I say, like, the way that you would fuck this up with Justin Fields is you throw him out there and ask him physically to go win you the game with his arm every single snap of that football game. If you do the old school game manager or defensive heavy football team, take care of the football, use his legs when you need to, play action, like, this guy's a better passer than people make him out to be. He's just not Aaron Rodgers. He's not Kyler Murray. He's not Patrick Mahomes. That's not what he is. He's more of Cam Newton when he entered the league for the Carolina Panthers, except I think Justin's miles ahead in terms of maturity to where Cam Newton was.
What about his throwing mechanics scare you? I know we had you on
I do have a clip of it. Let's play this clip. So if you're not a patron, you got to become one. I know we have the brand underneath there of the Tape Never Lies Network. It'll take you directly there. Here's Austin actually talking about, and I thank Barlissimo for sharing this. I haven't watched it yet, so I hope it's something good.
This mechanically is very good. He brings his right toe, points it forward, so he creates that coil. His front shoulder's closed. He rotates through. He doesn't overthrow this ball on the run, which is important. So this is pretty good mechanically.
So I guess that was it. I thought it was a longer clip, but that's what you're going to get. So we were looking at his mechanics, and Austin was breaking down some of the things that are worrisome. And I thought I was so impressed with you almost as an anatomy and kinesiology teacher, teaching some of the mechanics of body distribution, weight distribution. And you blew my mind when you talked about when he had that injury and he's, limping or whatever, his actual throwing mechanics became more on point with where you want them.
Correct.
Is this something that you think Nagy and DiFilippo and Laser can unlock in him? Or is it something, you don't fuck with it. You just go with it, like Phillip Rivers, his awkward throwing. He proved everybody that, before that draft, everyone was crucifying that guy because he's got a weird throwing. He's John Freeze all over again, So talk about this.
Yeah, so it really depends on what type of quarterback they see him evolving into. If they want him to be a game manager that uses both his arm and his legs for his whole career, he really doesn't have to evolve a lot as a passer because his windows are going to be bigger. He's going to have more flexibility to miss in particular situations. But if you guys want him to evolve into a Patrick Mahomes type of quarterback, which he actually is physically capable of, he's just not there yet as a passer. The thing you brought up about the Clemson game, and I'm trying to make sure that I speak in a way that is easy to understand from the kinesiology standpoint, is the big thing that separates quarterbacks now in today's game is we used to drop from under center, and those were 5 and 7 step drops. We were reaching in those drops. We were hitching at the top of those drops, and all of our footwork was that of perfectly timed up with the concepts that we were throwing and executing. So everything was very rhythm based. Everything was taking weight and recycling it and then coming forward with it. You saw a lot more of that over the top delivery, a lot more baseball pitcher shit, as opposed to what you're seeing out of Rodgers and Mahomes and these guys now. So the difference is that when RPO was introduced, I have to give action to inside zone going to the left and then throw a hitch out to the right side of the field if that outside backer plays too tight to the box and I can't reset my feet. Okay. Try to throw the ball like this and do that. It's impossible, and you'll throw it about 4 yards in front of your body. You have to remain athletic as a passer. And where you guys will see it the most, just a fan watching on TV, is his belt line. Are his knees bent? Does he have weight in his lower body, or does he get really high? Because where our power comes from is through the ground. And that's what's changing a lot with what we're watching in the pros. How does Aaron Rodgers do this? How does Patrick Mahomes do this? The way they do it is both feet are in the ground. They rotate through the hips and they stay connected like a shortstop in baseball. And they let the slot adjust to wherever it has to adjust to. So my issue with Justin Fields mechanically is that Justin Fields gets his elbow up above his shoulder in his takeaway. Okay. Mm-hmm. That is not the most naturally efficient movement coming forward. What does that mean? If my elbow gets up, if that gets up, my weight is traveling up. In order to get back underneath it, I'm going to have to create a loop with my elbow back underneath the ball. What that does, I don't give a shit about the elbow path. I don't care about that near as much. What I care about is he's going to get light in his ass. His weight raises. He becomes very rotational in his upper body. He doesn't have that strong, stable force through the ground. And as we were talking last time, Phil, I talked to you about why I loved Mac Jones as a passer. It's because that guy's so grounded. And so what happened when he played Clemson and he got hurt was he couldn't be high anymore. He had to be heavy in his lower body. And then he became that rotational thrower. Yes. And that's what he's been working on in his draft prep. And so we'll continue to see him evolve in that way. And it'll be a lot of fun to watch. But that was my concern with him mechanically, because what it does is if my weight is high and that guy's open and I have to get the ball out now, my weight has to get down into the ground and then come forward. That's late. Whereas Aaron Rodgers is set in the ground, heavy, rotate. Guys open, rotate. There it is. And so that's the difference. And Justin was with the right draft prep coach to get him ready for what he needs to do from that standpoint. And I know he wants to work on it. This guy's pissed off too. Like that's something.
Yeah, you could tell right away.
Like he's pissed off. And that dude pissed off is exactly where you want him. Because like his
Greg, did you understand all of that?
Yeah, because it actually, I actually did, because I actually driving home from work. No, I mean, it's very outside of the realm of what I see as a fan, but I actually did have, and I mentioned a few times today, listen to the quarterback coach of Justin Fields. His name's Ron Veal from the Quarterback Collective. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him doing the same kind of work, but he was talking about what he had been working on with Justin was sometimes his stance gets a little too wide. And you were talking about footwork, and we all know that Mitchell Trubisky had footwork issues that played into his problems on the field. I want to know is that, how hard is that to teach out of? And is that something you've seen in the tape that you watch with Justin Fields, is his feet widening too much?
Definitely. And it really starts back into his youth development. So this is the blessing and the curse for athletic quarterbacks. When I'm in high school, I'm so athletic, and I was one of them, and I'm not even athletic like that. That when shit got messed up, I ran 4.6. So I could get out of any of those situations. What that does is that puts us on our toes. Where a quarterback is played successfully is on the balls and full foot. You want your full foot down in the ground. So at any point for Justin Fields, this is the blessing and the curse, that he's been in tough situations. He's been able to evacuate with his feet. So that brings him up onto his toes. That makes him less grounded. That makes him more willing and more able to stay high and be very rotational as opposed to down through the ground. So everything you just said is exactly what I see on tape. And the big thing with that wide base that tangibly fans could pay attention to is when my base gets too wide, think of it as this is my front hip and this is my back hip. Okay. If my base is too wide, I've put myself in a position where I have to push off my back foot up to my front. Whereas Aaron Rodgers just does this. That's it. He just rotates with his front hip back, and that is efficiency. That is simplicity. That is balance. Balance is accuracy. So the moment that I'm overstriding, like Justin has done throughout his career, I then have to push off this back foot. Well, now I'm a baseball pitcher trying to be artistic, throwing a much bigger football down the field at a controlled pace on a spiral, beating the coverage that I'm throwing it against. And that piece of it is, again, I've said blessing and curse 4 times, and I'll say it again. It's that toesy nature of this where, yes, they're going to want to ground him. And if they do it right, they're not going to say, hey, I want you to be more grounded, but go throw it 40 times like Mahomes did at Texas Tech. That's not what you want to do. You want to put him in situations where he can be, dare I say, a little bit more old school, where he is more rhythmic. So lots of play action, lots of stuff like that gets him moving. He's incredible on the run. That's the fascinating thing about everything I just talked about with his mechanics and the blessing and the curse of being on your toes. Right. On the run, the shit's a blessing. So put him on the run. He's fucking amazing on the run. He can throw the ball really well on the run. So boot him out of the pocket, set him up off of action, hard play action riding. You just don't want him standing back there doing all the sexy stuff that we see the guys doing right now in the league that we all look at like, wow, until his 4th year in the league. Like he just has to continue to work on that. And I think what's beautiful, as evidenced by him falling in the draft to pick number 11, is you ain't the shit as a thrower, dude. You're not, because you would have gotten drafted in the first 2 picks. So because you know that, you have to face that reality, and that sobering reality, that pissed off nature of the way he probably feels right now, makes him want to go to work. And for a guy who's been reinforced at every level how good he is, that's what I see with quarterbacks that I work with at the collegiate and pro level that is very hard to get out of them, is when you're a 5-star and you go to Georgia and now you're the top quarterback at Ohio State, like, who am I to come tell you that you don't throw the ball very well? Like, it's hard for them to accept that. And the last thing off topic, but is no Bears fan fucking compare this guy to Dwayne Haskins. They're not even remotely close. They're not even close to the same thing. Don't do that shit. That's disrespectful to Justin Fields. And the stat that you need to support that argument is simply that on passes down the field over 15 yards, Dwayne Haskins was the 45th most efficient passer in the country. Justin Fields is number 1. So it's a completely different.
That sounds
completely different.
That's like those people that scout schools. They're like, oh, no Alabama court. Tell me the last Alabama. No way Mac Jones is good. Same thing. Ohio State quarterbacks. Look at Craig Krenzel. Look at this Dwayne Haskins. Look at they go through that shit, and the reality drives me insane. You need to assess the tape. The tape never lies. That's why this network exists. This guy, Austin Carter Samuels. Follow him on Instagram at Austin with a Y, CS_6. I'm talking. I see the fans. Wow, you're blowing my mind. Again, he did the same thing to me because I've been in coaches' rooms. I've ran the run and shoot back in 1992, learning the steps, the bubble screen, and all of this stuff that he's talking about, throwing mechanics from awkward angles when you don't have time or you have to short step it, where your body is, how the hips rotate. All of this stuff is so amazing and important as this journey continues through. And Austin's his Instagram channel, you got to check it out. I'm telling you, if you love the game of football, I wanted to bring him on this show tonight because I knew we needed a quarterback. I wanted him to show off what I think is just, first of all, he's a tremendous person. Number one, the work you do with kids on the high school level all the way up to the pro game is amazing. And then to watch what you do on Instagram, bringing these kids out, fucking going on the beach. I'm watching you. I'm jealous, man. You're on the fucking beach playing football, throwing fucking out routes, dagger routes, and you're getting the mechanics done. And really, it's a lesson. And tonight you're bringing it here. Our fans are loving what you're bringing here, and that's what we do here on this network. And obviously, I want a relationship to continue here as we watch Justin Fields grow, as we see what Matt Nagy does with Andy Dalton. I'm going to bring this guy on to look at the tape and teach you why mechanically. I do it in like, what is it, Greg? 13, 14, 28 seconds sometimes. And my video breakdowns, this guy will take 40 minutes on one drop back and show you where the release should be versus where it shouldn't be and why those things matter. You know, the average fan doesn't give a shit, but the reality is we do here in Austin. What's a Carter Samuels? Is that broken up your middle name, or is that through marriage? Your mom, dad wanted you to have both. How does it?
It's pretty dope. It's a pain in the ass at the DMV and stuff, but it's but no, it's
hard to put on a personalized jersey.
No, my mom was born in Venezuela. My dad is Jewish. They wanted me to be perceived as eclectic as possible, so they combined a Venezuelan and Jewish last name.
That's
so
awesome.
that I would have both sides. Yeah,
that's why I asked the questions.
Hey, it was a fucking rainbow on my jersey my whole career, man. It was sweet.
Back in the day on Pop Warner, it went all the way around.
Wasn't that kind of like Greg Fokker? He was Jewish, and then they weren't sure what the maid.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Let me ask you this. You know, you
obviously had your ranking. Everybody has their rankings.
Yeah.
But you talk about team fits.
Correct.
You know, how much of that, obviously Orlovsky goes out there, starts throwing down people. Keyshawn Johnson going out there, he's just ripping Mac Jones left and right. These narratives get written. How do you feel about that? Like, does it get you as fired up as it does me, or do you just kind of roll with it and try to?
What was Orlovsky's perspective? I'm actually curious on that one.
I didn't hear it. I just saw it in the chat today. He was talking about his wide base, I guess, and I didn't hear it, so I can't. I coached against Orlovsky here in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And we beat his ass. But I will say that he did have a great freak. I knew right away. I go, this kid has a fucking college football arm. He had fucking arm talent. He threw a fucking fade ball, fucking 60 yards down the right sideline. I'm like, oh my God. Our corner got beat by 6 yards. Thank God the receivers dropped it. I just remember that play. If they made that play, they win.
Right.
They missed it. But anyway, Orlovsky, I guess, I heard Keyshawn.
Yeah.
So Keyshawn's like, there's no fucking way San Francisco should take this guy. He's just a pocket passer. He can't do anything in this modern NFL.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there listening. I go, the guy that just won the Super Bowl has been a pocket passer his whole life. And guess what? How do you defeat pressure? You deliver in the pocket. That's how you do it. But let you talk about it. I get fired up, so I put out the tape of Mac Jones. You saw my breakdown of him.
Damn right. Yeah. Yeah, I think I could probably break it down this easy, because what you just said is what I believe, and I'm diehard passionate about it. Okay, is in this society now, it's who's the best, who's the second best, who's the third best, and oh my God, you said that taking Justin Fields at 4, that means you think he sucks. It's like, you're a moron, dude. Like, that's not what it is at all, okay? My order in this draft, and I look at things through a very pass-intensive, lens, okay? Mine was, as a passer, I thought Zach Wilson was number 1, okay? I thought Mac Jones was number 2. I thought Trevor Lawrence was number 3. I thought Justin Fields was number 4. And I thought Trey Lance was number 5. Now, why did I say that? This is what I would have done being every single organization in the first 5 picks. Is if I was the Jags, I would have taken Trevor Lawrence. If I was the Jets, I would have taken Justin Fields. If I was the Niners, I would have taken Mac Jones. Okay. That should tell you what I think in terms of GM, head coach, and organizational alignment with the quarterback. That's everything. So when you talk about Zach Wilson going to the Jets as opposed to Justin Fields, to me, I thought New York media, ridiculous fan base, put the calm, cool customer who can use his legs with that horseshit offensive line to make things happen, right? Yep. Like, that's the guy that I want leading the New York Jets organization. Same with Trevor Lawrence. Like, that dude's presence and what he's done rebuilding the Jacksonville Jaguars with Urban Meyer, that makes a shit ton of sense. Mac Jones to the San Francisco 49ers. It's the best offensive line and most ready offense to go compete for a Super Bowl in those first picks. Let's pick the guy who, like Matt Ryan when he won the MVP with Shanahan, is the guy who can come in and distribute the football the way that we want him to, because we already have the best offensive coordinator in the league. So he's going to get guys open for us. I want to rely on Mac to do that. But you notice how fucked up my order is? Based on the passers and then based on who I would take. And so that's why, I don't understand. And I'll tell every fan out there who just continues to push the narrative, Chicago or not, if you're getting picked in the first 15 picks of the NFL draft, can we stop fucking looking at, well, he was 6th and he was 8th, so that means he's way better. That's not true at all. And what history tells us in the NFL is that situation is everything. When you get put out there and what you have at your disposal and the narrative behind what is going on when you get put on the field, that's everything. That's everything. And that's why I think Justin Fields is a perfect pick for the Bears. is because I just think that you guys had no hope. And if there's one dude that could give you the hope, aside from Trevor Lawrence, it would be Justin Fields. And he can complement what you guys are as a culture, as a city, as an organization, the best out of those guys. Because if you had Trey Lance right now, who's the only other one that could even be like that, there's so many questions with how young he is and what he is and all in North Dakota State. It's like this guy that you guys got has been under the fucking lights, man. He's been there. He knows what it's like. And Chicago is not going to be intimidating to him. And that was, to me, what was painstaking to watch in Chicago over the last few years is I literally felt like Mitch was a little kid getting beat up by his dad every time they were in the press conference, you know?
That was the starkest difference, right? Like, we always used to joke that he pre-wrote a speech and he had certain keywords he wanted to make sure he hit. And you watch Justin and he's just like, there, it's clean. Like, that tells you his demeanor in the pocket. It tells you how he is everywhere, where it's just like, this is who I am. I know who I am. I'm comfortable with who I am, and I'm going to get everybody like that. And that gives me more confidence than anything. The intelligence carries you so far in this league.
100%, man. 100. To step into the Ohio State locker room, a locker room full of alpha dogs, and be dancing in front of the team within the first 2 weeks and be elected a captain within the first month and a half, guys, that shit doesn't happen. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't happen. Yep. They don't even know who he is. So unless he walked in the door with that presence, obviously they all knew who he was, but they don't know what his moral fiber is. Like, when he walked in the door, they all went, "Oh shit, that's the guy.
This is the guy." Yep,
that's the guy.
Well,
and
you mentioned that you think that it should be like year 4 or 5 into it, where he tries to become that Patrick Mahomes type of thrower because he's not there yet. But my concern is with Matt Nagy having that itchy trigger finger, trying to go to the offense that is square peg round hole currently, like last year when he tried to go to it to Nick Foles, albeit a very lesser talent than what we're about to see with Justin Fields, and obviously a much bigger talent than anything Mitchell Trubisky was. But again, you pointed out, like, he's not there yet, so you need to move him out of the pocket, get him on the run. Are you confident that Matt Nagy has learned from not rushing that 2.0 offense before it's truly ready?
Yeah, I am. Because, you know, there's a reason that he's the head coach of the Chicago Bears, and there's a reason that he's been successful in his career. And I think that that's something we have the recency bias that we all fall prisoner to and then say this fucking guy can't coach. But like, when you watch the tape, he did a lot of stupid shit, but he did a lot of stupid shit searching for just anything that he could find in terms of hope. And what I watched on tape is like, Mitch is just late to a lot of stuff. Like, the guy was there, but he's a second too late. He's in his thinking brain, bro. He's not reacting, and the window's closed. It's over. So that play call was all for shit. And so I think having a guy back there who can actually execute and has the balls to pull the trigger when he has to pull the trigger, like, it'll never look as bad as it did before. So how he evolves into what he evolves, that's to be determined. If you're asking me personally, like, I wouldn't do the Mahomes thing with him. Like, I would protect him as much as possible, but I would play fucking defense and play smart offensive football. It doesn't mean boring offensive football. It just means smart offensive football. Utilize that guy's legs on third and medium situations and allow that to be a factor. He's so much better than Lamar Jackson, like, in terms of being a complete quarterback. So, you know, again, Lamar, like, he might win you the MVP. He's sexy and sells a lot of jersey. Like, I wouldn't want him to be my quarterback in the NFL because he can't make those throws in the playoffs. Justin Fields can. He can. And if history indicates when that moment comes where it's the playoffs and this is the play that he has to make, even if I think he's errant as a passer, he's going to find a way to get it done. And like, that's, I think, a big difference just when you talk the stones that dude has compared to the other guys.
Unbelievable stuff by Carter Samuels. Follow him on Instagram. I can't thank you enough, Austin.
I appreciate it, man. But
I know.
Let me say, you won't have a choice very soon. We're going to take this shit over, dude. And this is a hell of a lot bigger than quarterback coaching. It's changing a fucking industry, and that's where we're at. So
that's awesome.
Whether you guys follow me now or later, you guys will all know about it. So it's gonna be exciting. This is year one, and I'm already on this show and doing things all the time like this. I'm excited, man.
Well, we're excited to have you. I am building a relationship with you, brother. We want you back on here. We're gonna break it down. Love you. Truly do. Truly appreciate you. And I love the swagger and the fact that you say you don't give a fuck. That's the reality. That's how you win now.
Too many people do, baby. Too many people do. Put it that way.
Well, thank you so much for jumping on here. Please, 100 Crew, show this man some love. Follow him on Instagram. You're talking about the anatomy, the physiology, and the kinesiology of the quarterback. You're the
Appreciate it, guys. Hey, go win some games this fall, huh?
Oh, we're gonna be talking to you before that. So we'll see you, brother. Have a great night.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Thanks for jump on.
Thanks, Austin.
Guys, we have an update. Breaking news. This is about to go down right now.
Once we hit April 1st, we told you all that TTNL was going into overdrive with our 2021 NFL draft coverage to get you all ready. When we flipped the calendar, there was only one man for us to call to help us kick off our NFL draft talk. The rookie scouting portfolio creator has set it all up for you to help get you prepared for the draft. You won't find another more comprehensive NFL draft guide out there. Hopefully, Matt sent one over to Collaboration Headquarters at Hallis Hall for Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy to use. Bears fans, TTNL fans, you are now on the clock. And with the first pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, TTNL Network selects Matt Waldman.
There he up. We got to get that off there, Shane. What are we doing here?
Yes.
There he is.
What's up?
My wife loves that shit, man.
Is that your new bedroom entrance music?
I'm telling you.
I'm sitting
we
here.
We won't go into that.
I'm sitting here. Oh, yeah, well,
that's a couple more episodes in the future. That's fine.
Put him under the microscope.
I didn't expect him to come this early. That's what she said. But he's here, and I am so excited. Listen, what was I talking about earlier today? How awesome this man is. Tonight has been my favorite night. I can't even remember since last night. I thought, I thought last night was amazing.
They're
Tonight,
multiplying.
I get Tevin Jenkins. We got Steve Edwards coming out. We had Rashid Davis. We had Sean Sierra, Kenneth Davis. We had Austin Carter Samuels. And now throwing the screwball here, Matt Waldman, my new fucking brother in arms. He's like my big brother that I never had here coming on. We're just texting back and forth. He's like, fuck yeah, let me get on this show with you guys. And that I wanted to put fuck yeah on the shirt I gave you, but then
I had a feeling that was happening.
Yeah. I didn't want to do it because I didn't know if you'd wear it. I was like,
there you go. I could only wear it indoors probably at that point, you know.
So I made the right decision, and we gave you the number, Ernest Biner's number on there, man.
Yes, love it. Thank you guys
so much. The chef, that's right. Matt the chef is back, right, Hugh? Matt the chef is back. Matt. We got ourselves a quarterback, and like we were texting back and forth, the division seems to be crumbling on all sides, and the Chicago Bears, dare we say this, are not
going towards that fucking giant iceberg. They're actually weaving their way through here, and we're not used to that. So are you excited for us with the Justin Fields pick or what?
Oh yeah, I mean, just watch. I kind of had to rub my eyes there after you got Jenkins on top of that. I mean, that was just like, wow.
We did too.
And then this whole round was just crazy with the Vikings going like completely losing their minds and going with Mond. I mean, that was, and Trask getting off the board. That was like another Ryan Lindley for Bruce Arians on that one. I mean, it's just like big arms will travel, I guess. But it's like that, man, when you look at getting Fields at this spot, I mean, someone who's so creative, someone who really just took the brunt of all the pre-draft bullshit that goes on with black quarterbacks anyhow. I mean, it's just so for him. I mean, they got so desperate. Now they pulled out the epilepsy, which is like first he doesn't really, really want to play, but then he's playing with epilepsy all these years. I mean, come on, let's please. So, but just the nuts and bolts of his game. I mean, you guys know, and you broke down the tape, but I mean, it's just to see him. He's the type of guy that when the competition really got fierce, he was the type of player that you could see. It wasn't that he turned it on and off like Drew Lock, or tried to turn it on off and on like Drew Lock. This is a guy that when it did get tougher and he had to make tougher plays, he was able to raise his game.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that you want to see about a player. I mean, the two broken ribs in the Clemson game, and to be able to play the level that he did, you can forget about like the Indiana game. You can watch that game and say there's some plays there where you're like, dude, what are you thinking? But there's plays you can pick from Peyton Manning and say, dude, what were you thinking? I mean, just take a look at the Seahawks Super Bowl, and the Seahawks were banking on him to be like impatient as all get out. And after they nailed Julius Thomas a couple of times, and they're like, we know Peyton's going to want to go deep after that because he's going to be sick of Julius Thomas dropping the ball after he gets, love tapped a few times. And that's exactly what happened in that game. Yeah. So you look at a guy like Fields, and, the upside is there. He's a tough guy. He's certainly someone who we don't have to worry about any of that pre-draft junk. I mean, this is a guy that it's the best quarterback prospect you've probably picked since McMahon. I mean, and McMahon probably would have been.
Oh,
sure.
Yeah.
And I loved McMahon. I just got to say, I mean, even Steve Young loved McMahon. So the fact.
Matt, are you gonna shit all over Dan Lefevre like that when we drafted him?
hey, that was my partner Cecil Lammy's fave right there. Yeah. He was a big Dan Lefevre fan.
Him and Mike Martz both.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Nathan Ederle, did he do anything for you? Nathan Ederle, I know that was a Martz guy too.
Yeah, I don't think Ederle did
both garbage at camp. I can confirm.
But man. What you get, I mean, just he's gonna, he may have some growing pains like every young quarterback.
Sure,
but I mean, as long as they don't get him killed early on, and he should have the chance to survive pretty well. You guys got an excellent quarterback. I mean, this was a rich class, and even though I had him, essentially tied with Mac Jones as just different types of players. Mm-hmm. On my Skyrim report, it's like, listen, you develop this guy the way you need to. He could be the best, if not one of the best of this class. I'm a big Trey Lance fan, so I'm glad for Lance to go to the 49ers. I think that was a great pick. And I'm even gladder to see Trey Sermon, who was my number one back, go to the 49ers too. They stole him.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Where they got him.
Yeah. But the Bears, getting themselves Jenkins, that helps. That goes a long way.
Oh my God, we haven't had that kind of player. I know you saw me break him down. I can't remember. Maybe Jimbo Covert had that. Olin Kreutz had that. Temperament that you're getting.
Temperament, but he did. This guy's got the temperament and the size.
Yeah, exactly.
Olin was a little bulldog. Yeah.
Olin, you don't fuck with Olin. He'll, you just don't. Everyone will tell you. Even Big Steve, who was on earlier, he'll tell you the same thing. But to Shane's point, yeah, maybe Jimbo Covert. I think this dude is nastier than Covert was, and he doesn't even care about it. That's the thing. And Matt, I prayed. I mean, it's been so long since I've ever been happy on draft day. And to feel it last night, the emotions, and to see my brother Shane with his son, who's right there up on his shoulder, say, yeah, we got it. We finally got that. Because all of us, I think Cars said it best. We were trying to talk ourselves into liking the pick of Mitch Trubisky. All of us were, it's going to be Watson. It's going to be
You like that they went quarterback then. They just didn't draft the right guy.
I mean,
they
we
took
talked
their
ourselves
swing.
into Rex Grossman, Cade McNown. Like, no, everybody else messed up on this guy with that third round ranking. And we're getting a gem here at 12.
And you know what I find fascinating too is, the reason Ryan Pace wanted to draft Mitch was based off a loss in the Sun Bowl, and that was like the performance he was hanging his hat on. And this guy Justin Fields, his worst performances came in wins. It's just total polar opposite.
Yeah, it's the reverse Trubisky. I mean, this is really that's what I thought when we saw this. And you're right. I mean, watching this, you got a guy now like with Trubisky, everybody's like, okay, it's the safe pick. He's the guy that fits all the bullet points on the resume, except when you turn on the tape. And then when in the pivotal moments of games, he was always that guy in the fourth quarter. I mean, you've seen enough of him. I don't need to rehash bad history, but when we talk about, I was a Browns fan. We haven't had a quarterback for a while, and I'd trade you Baker Mayfield right now if we could get Justin Fields or Trey Lance, but
no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Baker, what? No.
But yeah, they're about. I'm afraid the Browns are about to discover with another AFC Championship loss or playoff exit that what's missing from their team is nothing but the quarterback. But I think I'm the lone voice in the wilderness still, probably on that one. Though I like what he's done; he's gotten better. But you just look at this team, this guy, and it's like. The things he may not fit all the bullet points everyone says about, when they're talking about the prototype of what they have in their mind, what some of these older guys have in their mind of a quarterback, but what he does on the field, I mean, the things that he doesn't do are teachable. The things that he does right now, you can't teach. And he's, I mean, it's a no-brainer that you guys got him. It's an awesome pick. And now you're going to have a place where people are going to want to play. They're going to,
and stay.
That's a key point.
He's got excellent get off. Any get off.
We always looked at get off, but it's more like get the fuck off the stage type of get off. Now we're at the point where we're like, we got a guy that everybody is like, I'm trying to think.
Number 2 selling jersey already.
Yeah, I thought it would be number 1 by Sunday, I said. So keep track of that, Greg, because we'll be live tomorrow covering the draft. I'm trying, Matt, you're a historian of football.
No, listen.
I'm thinking of somebody that walks into the room, like Walter Payton walks into the room, everybody's whispering, that's sweet. That's sweet.
Yep.
That kind of presence is with this kid. I went to bed. I had a hard time sleeping last night.
Yep.
Matt, I had to get up early, 6:18.
Hey, I got a solid 90 minutes. I was a wreck.
He hasn't felt that rested in so long.
I was a fucking wreck. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "We drafted Justin Fields. I came downstairs, Matt. I was going through your breakdown, everything.
Yeah.
I've been but I did to Phil's point. This is where we were, Matt. You were on with us before. We were all Matt Jones fans. We understood, the talent, and some people believe in it with him. Some people don't. I was talking to Phil a couple of weeks ago. I brought it up and I said, the the difference with these two to me is if the Bears, when they drafted Justin Fields last night in the middle of the White Sox game, everybody just jumped out of their seats in the stadium, started high-fiving and chest bumping.
They're not booing at the Bulls game.
Yeah, if they drafted if they drafted Mac Jones, I don't think that doesn't happen.
No.
You know what I mean? Allen Robinson, Eddie Jackson, Danny Trevathan instantly took to social media, talk. Or I don't think Allen Robinson did yet, but it ignited this roster. It's ignited the fan base, the franchise. I mean, and then I got to the point where I was so excited. I'm like, oh shit, he drafted Mitch back in 2017, but then he fucked it up even worse and followed it up with Adam Shaheen.
Ooh.
And then so tonight to see him do this and move up for Tevin Jenkins, I'm like, holy shit, this is what it feels like. I'm 44 years old, and here we are.
Yeah. Well, here's you make a great point, and I mean, certainly, I'm sure that you guys probably have Ryan Pace dartboards in in areas of your
picture there
of your house. Exactly.
How can you throw darts at with a guy with hair like that? Man?
But here's the thing. One of the things that Dan Hatman of the Scouting Academy, who's a friend of mine, has often talked about is that you see lots of recycled coaches in the NFL. You see players get multiple chances. You never see GMs get a second chance.
Yeah.
And maybe that's a mistake, maybe because a lot of times these guys, once they get into that situation, and we're not saying that Ryan Pace is out of the woods because of this, but he certainly, he at least stumbled into some, edible.
Yes, legalized, sure. It's not a coincidence.
Yeah,
all of a sudden changing.
Yeah, but he might make it out. He might make it out.
He can kind of hear the highway.
Exactly.
What is that?
As long as he waits till morning to head out, so he doesn't run smack into an 18.
Right.
But that's the thing. I mean, the fact that he can get. The fact that maybe this might be a sign that he's learned some things, who he should rely on, who he can trust, what kind of decisions he should be making. Maybe he's more of a manager than a player picker, and maybe he's realized that his staff, he shouldn't be writing little Post-it notes like, Mitch Trubisky, no matter what. He should maybe be looking around and seeing what's, what his team thinks. And I think a lot of teams have this problem. You look at Jeff Fisher way back in the day, and he gets ragged on, but he wanted Jay Cutler, and the scouting staff wanted Jay Cutler, and then the offensive coordinator was Norm Childs. Of course, he wanted Leinart, and then Bud Adams came in and was like, I got to do this to the Texans community for them basically moving me out of the state. So I'm going to take the player that they all want, which is Vince Young. And then when you see that, they ended up with that. And I know that Shanahan wanted Leinart, but he agreed with his GM, who I was on a show with back in the day.
I don't know this story.
Yeah, you're gonna like this Cutler story. You'll
awesome.
Because the story, and he told this on the air with me and Brandon Thorne way back in the day. I don't remember his name, but he's the GM who was with Shanahan. And
did he pass away, this dude?
I don't know. I don't think he has yet. I think he's still around, but
he made that Shane, remember he was doing that scouting school too, and then he started that own page. What was his name? Fuck.
Scott.
He was actually a nice dude, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway,
someone
look it up.
So the story is interesting because they called up, before draft day, Shanahan agreed with the GM that the GM and the scouts wanted Cutler, and Shanahan wanted Leinart. And Shanahan agreed, though, that if Leinart wasn't available, that he would be okay with Cutler. And so they ended up picking Cutler. That all went fine. Obviously, Cutler went to a Pro Bowl in year 2, and then Shanahan basically ended up leaving, and they had McDaniels. And McDaniels, apparently, from this was told on air, the GM reports that on his first meeting with Cutler. He calls up on the phone and basically decides he's Vince Lombardi, like before, like the veterans on the New York Giants told Lombardi that he needed to stop acting like an ass and like actually listen to people and respect people a little bit more. And if he did that, they knew he'd be brilliant. And so McDaniels decides to pull the young Vince Lombardi act and read Jay Cutler the riot act. Tell him that he was shitty, that he wasn't a good player, that he had so much to learn, and just like totally light into him. Ted Sundquist. That's it, Dave.
Name.
There's
Ted.
Dave, my
There it
buddy
is.
Dave. There we
Dave.
go. There we go.
Thank
So
you, Dave.
yes,
Another
and so
Bears fan.
Sundquist was the one, and he said that literally he just spent 5 minutes going, just totally busting his balls. And Cutler just turned and looked, and he was there with Sundquist and his agent, and it was McDaniels on the phone. After McDaniels hung up, he just turned and looked at his agent and said, "Get me out of here. I don't want to play here." Yeah,
was his agent.
yeah, and that was it. And from what Sundquist says, he said he felt that the Bears thought that Cutler was a finished product, but they knew he wasn't, and they were hoping to continue to bring him along. But the way that McDaniels decided to act, pretty much Cutler was like, "Why am I even here? You know, if I suck that bad, why do you even want me? You know, get me out of here." So but it's interesting how these dynamics are at play. So maybe Pace is kind of like learned his lesson a little bit, and maybe it's not too late. We'll see.
Yeah, I've maintained, and we've talked about this here on the show multiple times, that there's been a fundamental shift for the most part with the way that Ryan Pace has drafted after 2017. I think he realized maybe rather quickly that, oh shit, the Kevin Whites, the Leonard Floyds, these, high upside guys, but when you look down, there's
Shaheen.
You're going into a fucking volcano.
Yeah, pretty much.
How about draft the guys that play in national championships?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You saw in 2018, but we haven't got to see it much because they made the Khalil Mack trade. So they got Roquan Smith in 2018, who, I mean, you look at that guy, the upside was there, but he was also just a fucking football player.
You can't go wrong with Jordan Boys. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we went wrong with one of
Floyd.
them.
Yes, Floyd. That's true. Well, he don't.
Yeah, Floyd.
I hear you.
But
Floyd
so you go 19 and 20 with no first rounders, and then you get back here, and I mean, you see Justin Fields. He's a football player. Tevin Jenkins. He's a football player, and we'll see what happens here on day 3 because they have 4 more picks tomorrow, I guess it is.
Yep.
But
that's a great point.
Yeah, sometimes it takes getting kicked in the balls and a little dose of reality. You start taking shit a little bit more serious when your job is on the line.
Urban Meyer's going to learn corner. This. Ryan Pace is the best Ryan Pace.
I said this the other night, Matt, and on opening night, I said, the human condition is what you learn from your mistakes. That is the utmost lesson in life. It's those that continue, and the definition of crazy at the same time, or insanity, is you keep doing that same mistake. So to your point, and give it to Greg Bragg's cars. I know you.
Who?
Isolate him with me.
You've been able to.
I'll hover over that leave studio button so fast.
Just make sure it's not the end broadcast.
Don't hit the end broadcast.
Hey,
the
real
reality is he turned the course of this by owning this. Again, it used to be Ryan Pace fucked up the draft. Now let's get Robert Quinn to replace Leonard Floyd. I fucked up with Kevin White. Get Allen Robinson. Let's cover our mistakes in free agency. Now you got a fucking quarterback with that presence. Now you went out and got a guy that I would have fucking been ecstatic at 20 if you got Tevin Jenkins there. And you recognize Charles Leno is a piece of puppy shit. We got to get an attitude. We're going to build this. And all of a sudden, things are changing for the better. And I don't think it's a coincidence that God brought you
together with us because you are fucking like right fitting in. You know, you're just the perfect fit. Symmetry. If I could steal from Phil Emery.
No, synergy.
Oh, synergy.
Phil Emery.
Yes. So, hey,
or Mike Tyson in Bolivian.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Gonna treat everybody as their own separate indivisibles.
I don't give a fuck that he smokes weed. They all smoke weed.
Smoke weed every day.
Did you guys see this clip from the Eagles war room after the Milton Williams pick?
No, I didn't.
They ended up airing and probably regretted. Check this out. This is
you have it?
Oh yeah, Howie Roseman comes in and but you have to watch right till the end this little uncomfortable exchange after the Milton Williams pick. Here comes Howie into the screen right now.
So there's the owner with the white hair.
Yes, look at this. Now watch Howie Roseman after this. I don't think this guy was happy with the pick. Watch.
That is literally like when I show up to a tape never lies tailgate, and I'm like, "What's up, fuck? What's up,
Don't believe you?"
And I get some cars at the end, and he's like, "Yeah, what the fuck?"
Oh my god!
I thought you were showing me the Rams office with the Tutu Atwell pick. Did you share what I said about that one, Phil?
I did not.
Okay,
share it.
Let's just say this: like, I'm all fine with guys who do not meet prototypes in terms of size.
Yeah.
You know, but there's a certain level where it gets beyond the point of maybe a little bit of ridiculousness. And when you watch Tutu Atwell, the thing that is interesting to me is that there was this whole article done. I'm trying to remember her name. She's a good reporter who writes at The Athletic. Jordan Rodrigue, I think is her name, did this piece on the Rams and how they stop going to the Senior Bowl. They stop going to the Combine. They're going to spend more time watching tape, and they can send other people there. And I've always liked that idea. It's something I've written about for a while. Is like, why send these guys to go to games? Why send these guys to go to these events when you can watch the tape and get more out of that, and then send maybe higher level people to do the interviews who actually have the experience and the people skills to discern, value from bullshit. And know what type of questions to ask. So I thought, well, this is good. Maybe they're heading that direction. And then they picked Tutu Atwell in the third round. And I'm like, Tutu Atwell would be a nice 5th or 6th round pick if you ask me, maybe more like a 7th. He's great speed, but the dude is like so light. I'm afraid like if the Bears had picked him, this would have been sad because I'd be like with that wind coming through Soldier Field.
He's a great 3rd round draft pick for the
shirt. He just fly out of the stadium.
He's like a kite.
He's a great 3rd round draft pick.
He's like Snoopy. And
exactly.
They were watching Kevin Jenkins, move these massive ass linemen. Kevin Jenkins get thrown 50 yards downfield.
Exactly. There you go. I mean, you could have shot put kind of like, contest with the line with him. I mean, the fact they drafted him that early, and then you look at these other teams that picked like Kellen Mond and then the Kyle Trask pick, and even like Davis Mills, who I kind of like, in terms of as a 3rd to 4th round guy, but the Texans getting him with all the uncertainty they have, it's just like, he didn't land in a great spot for his development.
I bet you he ain't scheduling any massages anytime soon.
But he's going to need some.
Exactly.
Yes.
That line and Davis Webb are a nightmare. Or how do I say Davis Webb?
I say Davis Webb too.
He said that to me this morning.
He belongs in that group though. Cars is like right on it because he belongs in that group of these quarterbacks.
Davis
you're like,
Webb.
Why?
Remember Cal? He was out of Cal.
An interception machine.
Machine. The Giants took him, correct?
Yes.
Where is he now? Is he in the league anymore?
He may still be on that roster.
Holy shit.
But I don't think, or at least as of maybe last year or the end of the year before. I don't even know if he's in the league anymore.
Let me ask you this, Matt. In your years of doing this, if you haven't seen the rookie scouting portfolio, you're going to want to check it out. It's phenomenal stuff. It's so detailed. Tonight we've had all this detail on here with Austin Carter Samuel
and then you coming on here, Steve Edwards talking about it. It's been a huge night of details. So in this, have you ever, in your detailed analysis, had a guy that just got to the league and just fell right on us, and you were like, wow. I know we talked about our mutual love for Johnny Manziel, so you don't have to that to me was a case of immense talent, completely arrogance and drugs, and that kind of just overwhelmed him and ended his story. Somebody else.
Two players that like got a shot, like actually, you know, because like I could bring up Hakeem Butler. People would talk about that because I really liked Hakeem Butler. But from what I heard, he's flashed in practice with the Panthers before he went to the Eagles, before he got signed off. And we haven't really seen much with him. He just wasn't a good fit in Arizona. But quarterback wise, I learned a major lesson from Blaine Gabbert because I watched sophomore tape of Blaine Gabbert and saw a guy who was comfortable dealing with pressure, and he looked good. Like he had moments where I'm like, not comparing him to Brett Favre, but he had moments where I saw like the elements where you go, okay, stylistically, maybe he could develop into something that's like a low end of that. And then I ignored a lot of the problems he had the next year when he was dealing with pressure. And I just thought, well, that might just be this year. Last year, I saw really good stuff. And what you can't do with the quarterback position is underestimate what happens most recently against pressure. And so I, you know, when I saw him fall flat on his face because he was basically got the yips dealing with pressure, you know, that was a big lesson. John Beck before that. John Beck was a guy.
BYU.
Yeah, I like John Beck.
I like John Beck too.
Yeah, and he just, I still didn't really analyze what the deal was with him, but he just, you know.
Yeah, he was a lot older too coming in, correct? Wasn't he like 25 or 26 coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he went on that mission.
Yeah, well, BYU. Yeah,
those Mormons, they go on these. I wonder what they do on those missions. It's like
they go door to door and spread the religion.
I know they can have.
I know what they ain't doing.
I thought it was the other way. They like go on a mission and they get a lot of ass out there, and then you got to come back and get 6 wives. I'm wrong. No,
yeah.
Have you ever seen the Book of Mormon?
I fucking love this show.
I think that's called Rumspringer or something.
That's the Amish.
I gotta say, I dig the Amish in their Rumspringer because at least we'll go here with that.
Hey, I've already alienated with my terrible Greg Parker jokes. I'm on a roll. I gotta keep it going.
Listen, man, if there's ever an Amish quarterback, I'm drafting his ass because at least they had enough sense to say, you know what, go do whatever the fuck you want, and if you still believe after that, then you know that this is for you. But you need to see the world a little bit.
Green Bay selects Stan Schwartzentruber. Yeah, quarterback.
Yeah. We need a sequel to Kingpin except football. There we go.
Except in that scenario,
I got teary-eyed.
Totally got to get drafted in New York. That guy's got to go to New York straight away. Like you can't go to Tennessee. Nothing. You got to go.
But he'd be a fun fit in Pittsburgh. I mean, come on, with all that Penn Dutch stuff going on down there.
The first Mormon, the first quarterback ever to build someone's home on a Friday and then come up and
If you had told me we were getting into a religious discussion no matter what this far in, I think
Amish aren't religion. Is that a religion? I thought it was just it is.
Yeah.
So
I just thought it was a way of life.
A culture.
I just thought it was
a way of life. But it's
it's a religion.
They're very religious.
But it's rooted in their religion for sure.
I know I know one thing.
At least we know they're not being insulted watching this.
Exactly. You shut down the fucking show tonight.
And now you stole my joke, and I would have said it better than you. I'm just gonna say.
Phil thinks it's better, huh? Who would have thought that?
Well, have you ever seen the Book of Mormon, the play?
Oh yeah.
I've heard of it, not seen it.
Matt Waldman, are you kidding me? You have to take your wife to see this play. It's Matt Waldman. It is that fucking.
Is it a musical or just a play?
It is a musical that
Okay.
is not
South
a musical.
Park guys.
It's like satire. It's
Okay.
hilarious.
I'll have to check. We'll check it out.
Listen, it is totally where I saw it on Broadway. I took my wife for her birthday, and it was so she was falling in the aisles there.
I went and watched it with my very Catholic mother. Very Catholic.
God.
And one of the songs, when you get there, you will understand why, like, you would expect the lightning to strike me sitting next to her. And my mom, who's like, the whole time, and then they say the word, and the look on her face was, and then she's going, all right, we're okay. We're okay. I'm not dying today.
They have no boundaries when it comes to that show, that play. I'm
Beautiful.
telling you, you have to see it because it's so well done. It's
Beautiful.
so well done. You get caught up in anyway.
Well, then we know you guys had the best BYU quarterback. If we're going to bring it back down to, like, you know, guys
or
who
Steve
just
Young
said,
or Jim McMahon,
or said fuck the mission. I'll say,
Oh, yeah.
I'll say Jim. Just because I think if Jim got to sit for 8 years behind Joe Montana,
Yeah, right.
well, Jim wouldn't have sat 8 years behind
No
anybody.
fucking
But
way.
like, Jesus, Bill Walsh probably would have lost his mind if
Can you
that
imagine
happened.
if he came out now, what he would have been because of his I don't give a fuck attitude. He would have he would have been a superstar coming in this draft.
Or they wouldn't have drafted him. They would have never even how
attitude.
buttoned up they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of the limo after they drafted him.
Yes,
He had
with a beer.
Yeah. Well, no, he had a ripped open 12-pack of Miller Lite, I think it was. Yeah. He said, can you imagine?
And you know, I remember him with the Browns when he was held together by duct tape and baling wire, you know, and still was like just an amazing player, even despite the fact that you know, they kind of had to wheel him in like Hannibal Lecter and make sure that, you know, shoot him up pretty well and all that.
Weekend at Bernie's by the end of it.
Yeah.
Weekend at Bernie's.
I mean, and still,
Classic.
you know, he's still probably in our top 7 quarterbacks, probably in the history of Cleveland, you know, and since like 1980 at this point, you know, considering, you know, what we've had. But yeah, he was an amazing player and just someone that, you know, was on a monsters team who you didn't need him to be what he could have been, you know, before he got banged up, and probably a lot of that was on him too, though, you know. So
let's say this: you brought him up, and it's kind of surreal now that I took a step back from laughing so hard at what you said. Jim McMahon, previous to this draft, made headlines by saying, basically, fuck the Bears, this organization. That's where quarterbacks go to die, basically. And then the Bears counter that with this move that is probably
an awakening.
Yes.
We'll show you.
Yes, exactly. And this is coming full circle. I'm getting like chills going down my spine because it's like, holy shit. He calls them out, they call you back, and all of a sudden, energy spiritually, I'm serious, football gods or whatever they are, this has changed the course of the Chicago Bears in 1 month's time. From me wanting to fucking go to Hallis Hall, ask Virginia for the fucking job, and fire everybody, including her son George. And now I'm like, holy shit, you're actually doing what Shane said. You're changing the course, and you're going and drafting football players, and you got the most polarizing, I think. You can I think if you put Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields side by side, and we were starting and we want to have a kickball game, 100 out of 100 people are going to take Justin Fields first, just based on his presence alone. As a gym teacher, you're just sitting there. Okay, It's just that's it. Are you going to take the lion?
We got the sheep last time, so that
exactly. We ended up getting the sheep. Exactly.
So basically, you're telling me that you guys need Jim McMahon with a stick as opposed to whoever it's been with a carrot.
Yeah,
that's basically where you guys are at.
I mean, I wouldn't even pay a carrot for any of the guys.
And like Shane said earlier, and I couldn't agree with him more, I just hope that this is the guy that puts all that stuff to bed and we don't have to talk about the past QBs anymore and pull up the dreadful list that's been running since the Packers have had Favre and Rodgers. I mean, for me, it would mean everything to have, a true franchise quarterback that this whole city can get behind for the next 10 years. It's as exciting a time for Bears fans as I can remember,
Did you guys wear this topic out already? And if so, fine. I missed it, but what are your thoughts or hopes that the Packers trade Aaron Rodgers or the likelihood of this happening?
I don't think the last 48 hours would be beautiful.
I think it's crazy to think that it would actually happen, but the news in and of itself is great news for the Bears because it's only going to get worse from here for them. He's either going to leave after next year or he's retiring now for Jeopardy or they trade him at camp. No matter what happens, it just doesn't seem like they're going to go into next year with good blood.
He got offered $17 million to coach Jeopardy.
And I've said it a million times. I will support him. I hate Aaron Rodgers, but if he goes to Jeopardy, I will DVR every episode. I will donate to the show if I have to.
He's actually pretty good at it. I'll give him that.
That's great. Hey,
Cherie, you're a big Jeopardy fan.
He cares about the fans as much as he cares about the people on the show.
I want that man ruining the one thing I look forward to at 7:30.
We're gonna have to bring you a soap opera or something, Cherie. Sorry.
Matt,
the Price is Right. I mean, come on.
Jeopardy is my show. I cannot see his face on it every day.
See, there you go.
The Price is Right is solid. You'll be okay.
Oh, look at that stare down.
This guy, why is he on the show?
You're gonna.
This is why
and
she turned.
Why I'm on Tara's side.
We put Greg on a timeout for you, Cherie. We put him on a timeout.
Rex is gonna find Cherie just staring at him in his.
You already told him.
Sleeping.
Indiana is not Chicago.
It's not.
She's already told him that.
Me and Greg relate on no level, and he tries so hard.
So Matt, tomorrow the Bears have these, 4 picks. We all pretty much have even more consensus here that we want them to draft another corner or another quarterback. Maybe in the 6th round, somebody we would all be on board with Ellinger. A guy that intrigues us. Bring him in.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, there's nothing to lose. I know they have a crazy depth chart with Andy Dalton and Nick Foles at this point, but I'm still on board with him doing it.
I'm with you on that. I mean, I like that idea, and he's a tough player. He's someone that I think plays with a fair bit of poise when he is off structure, and even when he's under a little bit of pressure. It's just him getting a little bit better at reading progressions early, and being able to execute those plays and get rid of the ball quickly. And if he can do that, I mean, again, like I've said, he reminds me a little bit of David Garrard and how Garrard was. And that would be a nice backup quarterback who you could use over a period of time if something does happen to Fields right now. So, and I mean, but it's nice. That's another nice aspect is even if those guys like Dalton and Foles aren't the great, aren't good starters that you're going to want to lean on. They've been around long enough that they can help him. They can help Fields.
Yeah, they can. They're gonna. I think they're always going to help him more off the field. In the classroom, how to be a pro, stuff like that. I mean, it's a very solid room from that aspect of it. I mean, it's on the field. You're probably not going to get much from it from those 2 guys, but we'll see. It's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds.
They used your comparison last night. Our fans
Oh, they did. Yeah, I called that out with
Shane said
Lance.
Trey Lance. Yeah, they threw that up on the screen. I said they fucking stole that from Waldman.
Oh, I have a funny story for that if you want. Daniel Jeremiah, who I've met a couple of times because he's been on some shows, like some of the Football Guys shows early on. One day there were a bunch of people getting on him on Twitter about that, because he had come up with that comparison. And, again, I mean, he's on his own schedule. I'm on my own schedule. He's not stealing anything from me, in terms of that. But people were saying that. And I just, I tweeted something to that effect that he didn't. And he laughed and tweeted something nicely, on that. And he goes, okay, so quick question, Matt. We seem to be on the same page with these things lately. Avocado sandwich. Did you have one this morning?
Yeah.
And I was like, I think I told this story already, but I was like, actually, I had a receipt of one that I had like 2 days before, but I didn't want to tell him that like I had it 2 days earlier because it wouldn't fit the theme that I was ahead of him on it. So I just lied and said that it was like, yeah, same day. That's scary, but we were having a good laugh about that. But yeah, the McNair Lance comparison to me, I mean, it's such a good fit for him. And he may not have great production right off the bat, but they don't need him to throw the ball in that offense the way that they run such a diverse scheme. And he can continue to be short to deep as a thrower if they want to use him that way. And he and Kittle are going to be great. And then down the line, if they can get a receiver, if one of those guys develops into a better all-around threat, that's all he's really going to need is like a guy who can complement Kittle as another all-around option. Because to me, when they let go of Emmanuel Sanders, I remember thinking, well, there goes their playoff run. Because that guy was the only complete receiver on their team who could make those intermediate catches on timing routes against tight coverage in the middle of the field. And as a result of that, if they don't have that, they can't make those difficult plays in tight games, and they're screwed, and they were.
Yeah.
Well, we've done it all tonight. We've covered over 4 hours. It says 4 hours, but Steven put a kibosh. We've been over.
Matt, you missed that. We were all so excited when Tevin Jenkins was the pick. The guy in the upper left-hand corner there, Steven, called in.
Yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah, and he got so excited with Tevin Jenkins.
I was on when it happened. That was
he disconnected and canceled the fucking live broadcast right in the middle of our
perfect timing.
So poor Cherie, our producer, she put her hands right up in the air. She's like, "It was not me. I didn't."
There he is. Let's get him back. He left. He's back.
Out of timeout. I see.
Yes.
Yeah,
I was thinking of the things me and Cherie had in common.
I'm surprised there's not a. You sure there's not a smoke trail following you, Braggs?
No.
All right.
I had to refill on my water. I have been off
for your
pop.
bong, right?
I've been off pop. Yes, for my bong. I've been off pop for 2 months, people. This is a big deal. It's a big deal.
We know Pace went live. You guys could check that out. We've been on the air for over 12 and a half, 13 hours of live coverage in the last 2 days. We've done so much. And tonight, honestly, having my buddy Matt Waldman throw that curveball and jump on the show to end it and give us some fucking 45 an hour of laughs and analysis, the keeping it 100 way. You're not kidding. You fit right in here. I was getting excited to have you on after the draft. You come on this night, the second night of the draft. You hit us out of the park. You ride with us. We're not in Pennsylvania, so we're not with the Amish, but we're going out like stars tonight because everybody should be so excited about what Pace and Nagy and the Chicago Bears have done with this football team, and they still have a lot of picks tomorrow. And we'll be live then again tomorrow. I believe the draft starts at 11 a.m. East, correct?
Noon East.
Noon East?
I think it's noon.
Perfect. That helps me out. It gives me an hour of extra sleep. I need it. I know Shane is exhausted.
I When I said 90 minutes, I was not kidding last night. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I don't know how you do it.
Listen,
well, I'm pretty sure it's all adrenaline at this point in time.
Yeah.
We're kind of running.
Well,
Yeah, but he does
I
this
got a
ever since I've met
Listen,
him.
I got a
Years
quarterback.
ago.
I got the offensive tackle that we wanted, and I have a very, very, very pregnant person upstairs above me. That's
Not murdered you yet.
She's a lunatic right now, guys.
And then
Please save me.
And then you have
help.
And then you have Phil, who you do shows with every day, who's pregnant with emotion.
Yeah.
Yes. I have never been
time out again.
Those bunny ears on Braggs are not a hallucination.
Big plays are nice. They're good. We need more of those.
Yes, we do. And we're going to get them, I believe, with this quarterback and with this offensive tackle. From what I hear, he mentioned left tackle. He kind of focused on left tackle. Go check out what Ryan Pace had to say. We'll play that live tomorrow before we go live. We'll lead with the Ryan Pace analysis of Tevin Jenkins. I'll just say this. You're doing yourself a disservice if you don't put him at left tackle where you'll be able to service on other opponents in your division. That's the truth on tape. I think they're setting this up, just like Shane said, to be a move off of Charles Leno, and that is the right decision. And that is another props to Ryan Pace. and Coach
Was
Nagy.
that the ghost of Christmas past
Doesn't
in
he?
the Bears version of Scrooge?
That's this guy, right?
A lot of Home Alone comparisons. Look
at the difference.
The sticky bandits.
Barb, where's my weed?
My Leonard pancakes.
Braggs, you better go back on the weed, bro. You look pretty
Oh man, hey, I had to retire a lot. I had to make some life changes. I thought, like a couple months ago, I thought I was having a heart attack for like 10 straight days. So gotta get healthy.
Yes.
And doing a show like this tonight is. Played it all the way through. All the way.
Fucking guy hasn't. Guy lives with his mother, hasn't paid a mortgage in 8 months. He's crying over health problems.
Hey, hey, I might be getting rich, but it's stressful.
Guys, I want to thank Matt Waldman for giving up and just jumping on the show with us.
Thanks for having me. I like coming on here. This is great.
Phil just finds people with the golden pipes. He like pulls them out of his. It's like a rabbit out of his head. So you just
he has the read you to sleep voice.
Yes.
He reminds me of the dude from the ranch, the father in the ranch.
Yes.
You know,
That's
he has that
Oh,
voice.
Sam Elliott.
Yeah, Sam Elliott. I just love that dude, and I love that show, The Ranch. And apparently, what's his name? Ashton Kutcher's a fan of our show. I'm trying to get him on, Ashton. Please, according to sources. So that would be great. Waldman and Kutcher. Waldman and Kutcher.
The Bears blog.
Does he really have sources, or is it a janitor at Hallisall? That's what I want to know. That's Greg Bragg. Matt, you're the best. Let's bring you on after all our undrafteds, all our draft picks are gone, and have you on again. I love you so much, honestly.
Hey, much love to you, and I really enjoy getting to do this. This feels like my second home. It's great. So, you know, obviously I've been doing the Audible for many years, but truth be told, I like hit Phil up and was like, "Can I come on?" So because I needed a good laugh. Because like I love football guys, but our joke is that Joe Bryant they run a clean show there, in terms of what they do, and I respect that. That's fine. But we joke that whenever we curse or something, we cut up a little too much. We have "Sorry Joe" is kind of like our little moniker when that happens. I've only had, let it be known, I only had one "Sorry Joe," and it was actually last week. And it was because I had been on this show and I was having so much fun and felt so much at home that I let loose there. And the first time in like nearly 15 years that I've been doing that show. And I was like, I must miss this show. I gotta get back on.
Huge. Well, you
Awesome.
anytime you want
Appreciate
to
it.
come on, you
100%.
are
Yeah.
free. I just love playing your intro too when you come
Well,
on.
and then we get to discuss like football and religion in a 5-minute
learned.
period. I mean, it
I
was
learned.
There we go.
spiritual and intellectual in a very short order.
Yes.
Phil gets to learn the difference between the Amish and
Yeah.
the Mormons.
The Mormons and the Amish.
And you
I've
got
learned.
the Book of Mormons, man. And if you want an Amish kick, there's a great movie called Sex Drive that came out in 2008.
Very true.
It's a very underrated movie.
There you go.
Death Dream.
There you go.
Hey, Matt, how do you keep an Amish woman happy? Give her two Mennonites.
Dude. Put him in the background. Put him in the background.
Bringing them on.
Do a victory
I feel like I'm waiting for Cherie for Tooch to wake up and Cherie to be standing over and going, "You just fell asleep a minute ago.
Yeah.
You said something stupid and you fell asleep. And I just wanted to let you know. So why don't you get used to the floor and Jesus for a little bit and get to know them? Everything's going to be okay, But maybe you'll learn something from that."
Greg should be more worried than Tooch.
I am. I sleep with
Truth be told, there we go.
Thank God somebody else sees it in this room.
I'm like Major
guys for months.
I'm like Major Payne. I sleep with both eyes open.
Listen,
I love it.
Well,
great
thank you guys
night,
for having me.
great night, great man, great friends, great people. You surround yourself with good people. I've had so much drama going on in my house. I got to shout out my wife tonight for holding it down. Claudio, I thought, was watching my kids, and I was going to give him a shout out. But apparently, he bounced. And Steph's like, "No, I came home. They're playing Roblox on the couch." Wait till we talk about that tomorrow. What a night of coverage! What a night of coverage. Shane, I know you're exhausted. How about you? I don't know. I just wanted to go around. Anybody want to have a final thought? Just do it real quick. If everybody's content.
I'm not even saying shit because then you're gonna hit the nobody gives a fuck thing. I'm not. I'm learning like this.
100 crew has.
That's when you think you've seen it all. No, there's a new spot in there to interrupt you.
What?
Bring him on.
Come on.
Angelo's
coming on with you, Greg.
God,
we're just gonna have a
worst
show.
nightmare you could give me.
Me, Cars, and Angelo break down the draft.
We might have to. Might have to invite Matt back for the one chip challenge between.
Oh, we
Greg.
gotta bring you back for that, Matt. So Angelo is. I'll give you the whole story real quick.
Oh,
Angelo,
yeah.
this guy.
Angelo.
Yes.
That's just
there he is. The hype.
All right.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
Please don't kill that.
I'm not gonna play that.
I'm still not sleeping.
Because I don't want Cars.
I'm still not sleeping.
You can't make it up.
You should have
gotta
played.
play the best part.
You should have played the whole thing. through.
Every
should've.
time. No, every time I close my eyes, all I hear is "ladies and gentlemen," and then I'm like, and I can't do it. I can't.
Next, I was tempted to play the whole thing, but then it's Cars, and
Anyway, even Slee, and I was worried
He
about
doesn't
you.
want me to be on screen.
This is like your version of 1408 or something,
Yeah.
right? Like
Matt,
locked in the hotel room.
I coached this kid. His father straight off the boat. He spoke broken English, and he's hysterical. He'll do anything, and he's become a star on our show. So we're gonna have him face off with this guy, Greg Braggs.
Yep.
And they're gonna do the one chip challenge on our show, and that is Shane has these chips that are so hot.
They come.
They come in a special
There's
package.
like one
you can't even
it's-
touch it.
Looks like
I
a
imagine
Dorito.
it's like when Homer Simpson ate the pepper and then went through the desert and climbed the
It's way
pyramid.
worse. It's way worse.
Great.
It's one chip and it's jet black and it's
Oh my
in
god!
this
I don't.
plastic. Yeah, it's
So
bad.
it's a hot.
It's one of those ones where you're like, all right, I'm about to die, but then
We're
it
gonna
gets
see
10
which
times
one
worse.
of them
Yeah.
is gonna last. We're gonna have a big.
Oh my
bet and
god! You
everything.
guys are
So
scaring me.
Waldman is gonna be back for that.
This is
next
I love watching these things because
Yes.
we did this at a retreat at Football Guys in Vegas once where
Did you?
somebody had one of the challenges was to eat a ghost pepper.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
the guy who did it, who's from Chicago, I'm not going to give his name, but he lives in Chicago now, but he's from Cleveland. But he literally said, I remember we were looking at all this and I was like, oh, these don't look so bad. I knew this was going to be awful, but like, I knew this guy had some hubris and a little hair against him in like a fun way. So he's like, before he eats it, he goes, yeah, it can't be so bad. I mean, I don't like spicy food all that much, but how bad can it really be? And we're all just like, oh
Yeah.
my God.
Oh no.
Yeah. He ate the whole thing. And then within 30 seconds, he was in the bathroom, like just letting it all out. It was just like, yeah, but we were laughing so hard because just the whole, like, you could just tell he was like, he's like, how bad can it really be? And
You're about to find out.
Steven cut the show off today. I think he needs to be the one now to take this.
I will do it. I will do it. I will be in. If you give me a chip, I will do it.
God damn it.
Hey,
No.
we got 3.
Jeff is
Don't challenge me on this shit. Don't do it.
You want it?
One backfired
Steven
really
Din,
quick.
Greg, and Angelo.
Steven, can you ask your wife for permission so we can make this happen?
We'll send the field trip to you shortly.
I mean, you're talking to somebody who's a moron that's done the Blazing Challenge 4 times. Like I
Oh,
this is not,
so
I
you
don't
might have an
care.
advantage if I'm
I
scouting.
don't care.
Oh my god,
I'm
I'm
down.
terrified.
This is just Waldman is bringing out the best right now. Just his presence has made this chip challenge even better. We got 3 chips, Shane. All right.
Look at you guys, man.
We
You guys, this is going to be badass to see.
We are bringing you back the one chip challenge. This is Angelo in a shorter version.
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
I know I will.
You can't do the giggle right now.
He talks, he does it. It's like, hey, coach. Anyway,
Now Cars is going to wake up in the middle of the night and
loves cars.
That's why Phil should have played you the entire thing.
Oh, do you want to see? We'll end the show. Let's end.
Yeah,
the
just
show.
end it right after the.
I was gonna.
Just do that. Just
I was-
everyone. We can all say goodbye and then
Yeah.
end the show with the.
I'm Waldman. We're all saying goodbye. Thank you all, 100 crew. 285 of you still. 5. Man, I can't even do the math because Steven fucked it up. So it says 425. Let's just throw a guess. Well, how many hours were we in when Steven pulled the
You started at 5:30, right?
It's like an hour and 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah, so you're at over 5.5
we
hours.
broke the record. 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Hit play,
is now a record. Sorry.
You guys are slap happy.
You gotta be a. Here we go. Good night, everybody.
Press
We'll
the
see you
wrap it
tomorrow,
up B button.
12 p.m. East. I want to thank everybody here on the panel. I want to thank all of you 100 crew. Fuck you, trolls. And
Bears
keep
are
it 100.
fucking back, baby.
Yeah, boys. Let's go.
Angela.
Yes.
That's just
there he is. The hype.
All right.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what's up, TTNL fans? My name's Angelo Joe Marino.
What about Angelo?
What's up, 100 crew and TTNL fans? This is Angelo Joe Marino from Wallingford, Connecticut. I'm your hype man. And I'm going to be kicking it off with the mock draft. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this 2021 mock draft going. I want to thank the smartest man, Shane, for letting me do the first pick for the mock draft. With the 2021 mock nerd draft, I, Angelo Joe Marino from Wallingford, Connecticut, is going to pick yours truly, Cars, the TNL.
TTNL, damn it.
Nerd.
Trim my bushes. Somebody please help me. Save me.
I love you, Cars.
I use it on my balls.
Oh my God, you're my pig.
That gets you a long way.
Oh, Cars, you're such a nice man.
It's a dream scenario.
Oh,
Absolutely.
it's going into my barn.
That's what she said.
Absolutely.
You're coming with me, buddy.
That's what she said.
Absolutely.
Fuck yeah.
Someone's getting laid tonight.
So,
Real quick. Defender is coming in his face. Pure bliss.
He's our nerd, Matt Karstensen.
That was it.